Yes, we are here, and we are ready to start off on our journey to hell. Joining me today for part one of the first session of the Taldor arc, we've got everyone's favorite, Lightsbane.
Hello.
Next up, joining me, right below me on this wonderful call on whatever device we are using, is everyone's favorite, Mimetic Monique.
That's me. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
And then below Mimetic Monique, we've got everyone's favorite Kitsune, who is always on fire, always doing their best. Hello.
Hello.
Jinx. You owe me a soda.
I know you.
You don't get to know you a Jinx. Anyways, we have everyone's favorite
I'm folding an Uno reverse.
Yeah, well, I already pulled the Uno reverse. That's what a freaking Jinx is. It's me saying no you, Uno reverse, all in one. Anyways, we've got everyone's favorite
Too bad
roles.
I had to skip.
You can't shade a reverse card to a skip. Because we're playing a two-player game.
You can if you believe hard enough.
Like, in a two-player game, you can't. But,
yeah, exactly. This is a two-player game of wits. Anyways, everyone's favorite rules lawyer, Carl.
I'm not the rules lawyer.
You just lawyered the rules of Uno. Also, I just want to point out, Carl, that I was going to call you that.
Yourself.
I was going to call you that originally. You just played yourself. Anyways, that's pretty much all I've got planned for April Fool's Day jokes. Nothing major. Anyways, Carl, why don't you do our recap for us? What happened last time?
Which day should I start off on?
Whichever one you fancy.
Okay. Let's play.
And we'll go with last Saturday for...
Yeah. Saturday, we decided to go ahead and go chasing after Matt through the sea. We also had Gavilan go ahead and start a rock band with himself.
Hey, that's not true. Gavilan had his best friend, Isaac, join his rock band too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Also, Matt decided to go ahead and join in by using a chair as a broken chair as a pair for drumsticks.
Yes. I like the drum solo.
Then let's see what else happened Saturday. Oh yeah. We also found out that he has an evil fox demon inside of him.
Oh yes. No. Gavilan had the evil fox demon inside of him.
Yeah, Gavilan had the evil fox demon, not Matt. Yep. Though Matt has an evil serpent in him. So
yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, that hasn't been revealed yet, Mr. Spoiler. Anyways, don't worry about it. And then on Sunday, we reenacted the plot of Metal Gear Rising.
Yeah, that was actually kind of fun.
Yep.
That was actually kind of fun. Yeah, we Too bad we didn't actually get to fight the final boss of that game.
No, that's not true. We did get to fight him. We had several separate phases. Don't you remember, Carl?
Yeah, but we also decided to go ahead and reverse time as well, and that kind of led to some shenanigans where it's like, yes, we defeated the boss, we also didn't defeat the boss. It was weird.
Yep, and some of you who might have watched last week's sessions or been in them might be thinking to yourself, huh, some of that sounds right. Yeah, April Fool's Day is today, so fuck you, April Fools. Happy April Fools. Now, Carl, give the actual recap.
The actual recap. So, on Saturday session, we decided to go ahead and chase after Matt because Matt went missing again. We ran into Gavilan's shade. How many times do you
gotta keep teaching him this lesson, old man?
I know, right?
And as we speak, we're considering the child leash.
You know, that would be a good option, but you also have to consider that none of you want the implications of trying to leash someone who was raised in that household.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, would you want to do that to Alvera either? I mean, then again, it'd be kind of funny in Fox form, but still.
I mean, yeah, it is sort of funny in Fox form. It's also a little bit racist. Not quite as racist as putting a cat folk or a shoonie in a collar. But still up there.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue, Carl.
We talked to some of the Eagle Knights.
Name them.
That were X.
Who?
Bobby.
Yes. Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby.
He likes stealing and is omniscient. Don't worry about that second thing I said.
Yes. And then there's 3 others. There's the other one that also liked baseball.
Stickball. Baseball is stickball is baseball's medieval prototype. Anyways.
Yes.
Yes. What was his code name, Carl?
I'm trying to remember, but I am absolutely failing at my job.
It is Major Attractive.
Oh yeah, Major Attractive.
But what are those two? You know what? Here's a fun hero point for the 2 of you that were here. What are those two references to? The actual players of the game that I made them references to. Just one of them is a nickname and is based off of a player's nickname.
Yes. One of them is one of the pitchers that was Major Attractive. I can't remember his actual nickname. It was like
It's literally synonyms.
In my tabletop
read. Sexy. The picture for I don't.
Hey, Carl. Hey, Will. Can I explain why I had a sports reference in this? You're an Andrin.
Don't explain
no,
it,
no. I'm going to. You're an Andrin. Andrin's a ripoff of America. America equals baseball. That's all. That's the only thing they have in common. Also, they're hilarious people. Yeah, you have Big Sexy Bartolo Colon.
Yeah, Bartolo Colon. And then Ricky Bobby was the Major League...
if you get what record he holds correct, I will give you 3 hero points.
Most bases stolen?
Yes, actually, that is entirely correct. Ricky Henderson, who was literally born fast. The guy literally could not wait until he got to the hospital to pop out. So he says Ricky was born fast. Ricky's the greatest. You know? People ask Ricky why he says Ricky and not I. Ricky always say Ricky. That's a somewhat bastardized quote from Ricky Henderson.
But
there was once a time where he didn't check $1 million check. He didn't cash $1 million check, and he framed it and put it on his wall. I'm sorry,
Matt.
These are hilarious stories.
Sports later. Recap now.
Okie dokie.
Anyways, and then there's the other 2 in the front of that picture that I am frickin' blanking.
Which is odd, because they've been in this entire franchise longer than anyone.
So I remember one of them's Benny, but I can't remember the other one.
Yeah. Benny
What is the last name? Yep. And last name is a term used in Magic the Gathering for reshuffling your hand.
No, hang on. They're the Phoenix Blood Sorcerer.
Wait.
For reshuffling your hand and drawing a new hand.
Mulligan.
Yes.
Atlanta Mulligan.
Yes. Cool.
See, if I have hints, I can say shit.
The one that Alvera had a fun conversation with.
Yes.
It almost made you and Benny kill themselves.
Well, yeah, there is no such thing as a fun conversation with Atalanta. Atalanta is just a child that you need to explain half of the words you use to. But is somehow also one of the most powerful beings at any moment. Because they are completely
unpredictable. When I say the conversation was fun, I was joking on a very high sarcastic level.
Yes, I'm aware. Because Atalanta had no
idea
what
20 on
parents are. You rolled a 20 on... Did you actually roll something? I'm at the top of the chat because...
No, I'm just... No, I'm being stupid.
Oh, I know.
I rolled a 20 on sarcasm.
Yeah, you did roll a 20 on sarcasm. But trust me, no one likes having conversations with Atalanta. Not even Atalanta, which says a lot. Anyways.
So we
go
had
ahead.
to persuade the ones that were downstairs, which are everybody but Tex, to let us up to see Tex so we can ask Tex where the hell Matt was. Tex then told us where Matt was, which is in a cellar of a building. We go into said cellar, run into Gavilan's shade, who then has a very prolonged conversation where we are literally like, okay, this is going to take a while. Crack out the popcorn, just wait. Because it's like, oh, hey, yeah, we're going to be here for like an hour or two.
Took like 5 seconds.
No. That was the conversation.
Before
he decided to go ahead and have, before,
yes,
Gavilan decided to say
ultimately,
that he was a piece of shit, and then accidentally forgot that he had dominated himself.
Yes.
So he immediately believed it. Otherwise, it would have been literal acts, which thank you, Gavilan, for that, because we just skipped,
here's an important lesson. If you have a shade, don't dominate your shade, because they have shenanigans where they literally can make themselves affect you. So, but they don't do too much. Like, you basically just gain control over yourself. It's really dumb. It's like, yes, my spell did nothing! But also, I have to watch what I say now. Huh. Hooray! Anyways, yep.
Yeah, so there was that.
This is truly a fuck yourself situation.
Yep.
Yes. Alvera tried to calm him down. That wasn't working, so Xiao stepped in, only made it worse. And then Matt could be heard in the other room beating shit up with a fucking wooden chair.
Then he came in with a wooden chair!
Literally, it's like, oh, you guys suck at knot tying. Just stands up, pick up his chair, goes whack. And
you might ask, why didn't he do anything sooner? The answer is, I just managed to get myself loose enough to break out of this knot tie, but Gavilan has a chance to become a better person if I stay tied up for a couple of hours. Fuck it, I'll stay here. They have something for me to watch, and he stares at Gavilan's trial.
Unlocked. This man is sadistic on himself.
Yep.
I will do anything to make my friends improve, Matt says, while being tied up. Anything.
God damn it,
oh my
Matt.
god, shut up, Sasuke. Anyways.
Do not mention that
so
character in this room.
we take Gavilan back, and Matt talks with him and gets him to, after... Okay, so when we were in there, we got him stable enough by telling him he's good but not the best, which is what Xiao was trying to say, and then that just
he
broke
dominates
everything.
himself again and makes himself return to normal, yes.
Yes, which that caused him to have his inner shade literally inside him.
No, that's not
Just
why
like
the
a
inner
little
shade was inside of him. Because 5 Emperor Seal is dumb. That's the reason that whole shade exists.
Yep.
And then meanwhile, Gavilan was repeating everything Alvaro said because of suggestion.
Yes.
Yay.
Just repeat everything Alvaro says, the shade says, and then unleashed hell.
Yep.
Also, the horrifying fact that Gavilan is not here on an April Fool's episode.
I know, right? That's odd.
That, honestly, that's probably the April Fool's Day joke. The person you most expect to be
both
here
a blessing and a curse. For Alvaro, at least.
It is.
What happened on the Sunday session? Oh, also on the Saturday session, I'm just going to finish that up very quickly.
Yes.
Gavilan used to be a member of a ship who is a free captain ship. Free captains are basically pirates with their own territory, their own port. who used to be a noble woman in charge of a port who just thought piracy was a
Speak
good
of the
business.
devil.
Oh my god.
Speak of the genuine devil.
He's not even scheduled
God.
for today. Do you want to join in, Keith?
I just heard you talking about me, so I just said April Fools. Goodbye.
Oh, so you're
Fuck,
watching
come
the
on.
stream, okay.
Well, thank you for watching the stream.
Wait a
also,
second! That's the greatest troll of all time. He never watches the stream.
Actually, I don't know. I think I'll just listen in for now.
Yeah, go ahead. You can mute yourself.
Right.
Feel free to unmute yourself if you want to join in. Anyways, you know, Gavilan turns out to be good friends with someone whose moniker is the Pirate Queen. Matt is horribly afraid of pirates. Gavilan now wants to become king of the pirates, so he can
Sucks to
have
suck.
absolute dominance over Matt because this rivalry is friendly, but holy shit, what the fuck?
I'm just imagining Gavilan's T-posing. I start dropping this.
Gavilan T-posing with an eye patch, a pirate bicord, and the get-up of a pirate over Matt, who's crouching and crying in terror.
Remind me to draw that later.
I will. I'll
That
DM
would
it.
be amazing art for the channel.
Yes. And then we can show it not next session, but the session after.
Yep.
Which will be
And,
several weeks.
You think it's gonna be done by then?
I mean, potentially. Who knows?
Potentially. I
Who
mean,
knows?
we'll have.
We're not
2
gonna
weeks.
rush them.
Well, yeah,
If
we're
my
not gonna
school
rush
doesn't kick
that.
me
That's
in the
what I
ass
think.
first, I might have
Yeah,
it done
no.
soon.
Whenever you get it done, Silver, because this
Yeah.
meme will never die. Because memes never die. Ha 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 ha. They have no limit. The memes.
So,
Fuck
need to
you,
work
Keith.
on
I
your
know
eyes
you're
for that.
here.
me name Monique is
What's
immortal.
Yes, meme name is immortal. Not in game, but outside of the game.
Yes, in real life, I am immortal.
Anyways, what
Oh my
happened on...
god, the true god of all time.
Yeah, anyways, Keat apparently does not want to, make fun of me for my bad references to a show we both like. So, Carl, what happened on Sunday?
Okay. I'm trying to remember here.
Yeah,
That one was. Actually, wasn't it here on Sunday?
yeah, maybe you weren't. Keat, was here on Sunday, but Will, what happened on Sunday? Last Sunday. Okay, fine, I'll summarize that one too. Yeah, went, fought the Armstrong Rebellion, fought the first boss, realized, oh hey, this person didn't die. That's weird. Find out that the second boss can be defeated by flipping a switch and using the wonderful tool you all have, known as the Endless Hourglass. Anyways, you guys fuck off, fall asleep, wake up the same morning, go to the person's house, and you find out their husband
There's
is
a
a
level 20
living
time
herald.
traveling fighter.
Yes, a living herald of the deity Luca, who is the deity of interdimensional travel and time travel. Anyways, after a conversation that has the taste of blue paint but is red, and also leaves you feeling the taste of copper in your mouth, you guys end up stopping the rebellion, and that leaves us to our current point, where, as of today, everything that is important in Andrin is done. And I know what you're thinking,
Hooray!
random viewer, but what about the tournament? Everything important in Andrin is done!
Hooray!
So, that leaves our next objective,
But
which
Matt,
is
the tournament, everything
Alright.
is done.
Tournament was canceled due to bad weather.
there was a rain.
Well,
there was
it
a
was
rain delay.
postponed due to bad weather.
There was a rain delay. But it's a whole 2 weeks. Did I fucking stutter about a rain delay? Is the stickball game canceled? Yes.
Sorry to interrupt this program. The tournament was canceled due to a goose in the arena. Sorry.
Yeah, foul ball.
Oh god damn it!
It rained so
God.
much
Ugh.
for the queen of the pirates to sail her ship.
We had a
was so-
stray parrot in the arena.
But,
It didn't go
Kate,
well.
Kate, did you hear me when I said memes are endless? They will never die. Zaha ha ha ha.
I heard
You need
that.
to work on your
Actually, no,
maniacal
here we
laugh.
go. We had a
First of
stray
all,
Gavelon in the
I
arena.
am
Sorry.
I am not.
That's
Oh
not
my.
his.
First of all, it's
That's a
not
reference
mine.
laugh.
That's a reference. Who am I referencing, Kate? Very poorly, I might add.
Is it the King of the Pirates?
It's Blackbeard. Zahahaha is his laugh.
Oh, Zahaha. Okay.
Yeah, zahaha. And also the speech
so
about
stupid.
memes will never die. They're endless. Gonna let
I'm
Your-
assuming that's dreams.
Don't let your
Yes,
dreams be
dreams.
memes.
Don't let your memes be dreams.
No, the inverse. Don't let your dreams
Let
be
your
yeah.
memes.
dreams be memes.
Don't let your dreams be memes.
If your
Anyways,
dreams
all
are
that being
memes,
said,
just put them to the internet because they will be funny.
there was also another thing that happened on Sunday. Keith, do you want a potential of earning a hero point before you even play this week?
We went into a guy's house.
No. I already mentioned the weird conversation that tasted like copper. What was the final thing? The teaser trailer for this arc, you could say.
The teaser trailer.
Yeah, I sort of joked. I like using this trope. Blah, blah, blah. You guys all had a collective...
Zwahaha.
Let's see how
Nightmare.
long this recap goes for, because this has
Nightmare.
been 20 minutes now.
It has been 20 minutes, but we literally made up a fake recap for like 10 of those, so it's no longer than usual. Okay. That being said...
I want to kick ass, goddammit.
We will
yes.
kick ass. Next episode.
I was gonna say,
I want to kick gum and chew ass, damn it.
and you're all out of ass.
Exactly, and I want to get more, damn it.
Well, anyways, so,
Context.
So, anyways, Taldor Arc begins after a short message by our sponsor, the Silence Company. We will be right back at another April Fool's Day joke. We'll see you in just a second. Okay.
Alright.
So, you all
So we
wake...
went on store break.
Yes. Yes, we did. April Fool's Day. Gotta be absolutely wild and uncontrollable.
Exactly. Have fun with that.
Anyways, there is an echo. Okay? Nope. Can't tell. Whatever it is, it's
Where's
gone.
the echo?
So, as you all
I was
set
gonna
out...
say it's either between me or Will.
It's you.
Because
Who, me?
Yep. No, it's Silver, because the only person I hear myself echoing on is when Silver is talking.
why
I
am I?
think.
Hold on.
Welcome to Path To Create Nihil, where the hero points are made up and nothing matters.
I was gonna say I shouldn't be echoing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep talking, you try talking, let's see if I hear you, blah 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 blah
Wah,
blah
wah,
blah
wah,
blah
wah.
blah blah. Okay, it's not you.
That's what I thought. You owe me a 5-pack of ass later.
I'm not comfortable with that conversation. Anyways,
Just go to the store, damn it. I already asked Carl to pick me up a 10-pack.
yes, context. Anyways, as you're all set up to go, actually, fun fact, because today seems to be a day where I quiz you all about random lore shit.
I thought that was every day.
I do quiz you all about random lore shit every day, but today is particular.
It's the existence of our lives at this point.
Yes, Pathfinder lore, my specialty. But making sure I unmute myself isn't. Luckily, I've been audible this whole time, but at this point, I check every time I feel like I'm on a roll because, motherfucker, it happens too often. Anyways, we are never being monetized for this shit. I hope you guys are aware of that. Anyways, you all, are
Don't
getting...
worry, we'll never be monetized, any of us in general.
Yes, that's my secret. I'm always demonetized. Anyways, as you're all setting up to go, you notice that there are basically what I'll call 2 wagon trains forming. One of them, you see people like Glinda, you see Lillian Totona, and Akid Axgard amongst the wagon train. You also see half-orc man, who is wearing a suit and tie. He's got, side-parted hair, and you have no idea who that is. And then on the other wagon train, you see allies of yours you don't see every day, such as...
Every basic businessman.
he's a half-orc. Anyways. Then you see allies you don't see every day. Your elven friend, Ariel Solus, who helped you with getting your way through the BS of the Saturday session. And Tulsi Eightlegs, who you have not seen since your time in the Tumbu. And these 2 will be companions of yours for this first leg of your journey. Because Doth and Seth are both on a break, meaning you have no skill monkeys. So. Anyways, all that being said, with knowing that there are some people around, before I get started on plot, do you have anyone who piques your interest?
Solus, Tulsi 8 Legs, the half orc, and who else?
Your trio of Aurora's advisors and personal bodyguards, Glinda, Agate, and Lillian.
Okay. I wouldn't mind talking to Glinda.
Well, she's rather busy at the moment. Glinda at this moment in time is quite busy preparing various things to go from the embassy back to the palace, and you hear her reciting a list that includes 12 gallons of beer, 3 bottles of high-grade wine from the Roundabout Vineyard, 4 sets of magic playing cards, and a set of cards that belong... One second. That belong to the deck of many things. Anyways, you've also got 3 horses bred in... Oh, hey, Shadow, how long have you been standing there?
Long enough to hear you mention the deck of many things, which is terrifying. Do you need help with anything at all? Going to fetch
Try
stuff
and
or
stick...
whatnot?
I mean, what do you need? Like, typically, you guys don't come to me asking to do things unless you want something.
Okay, let me be honest. I'm kind of wanting to just know what the hell's up ahead. Like, what are we expecting on our path there? Because if I need to go ahead and potentially go and scout an area ahead, I would
Your
like to know,
job
hey,
is to protect the Emperor on that wagon train. You do not need
Yeah,
to know any information because we have no information to give you about your job.
Right.
Try and keep him professional and strictly to business, given he is your commanding officer, so if he wants to do something, you also really can't force him not to do it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it'll all work out fine. I mean, as you guys have been boasting, the guy seems to be invincible based upon your previous trials.
Might have a couple of shortcomings, but yeah, I mean, can't really deny
Also,
these
please, also, do you guys have a reliable cook for your journey? Because, we're sort of taking the, royal chef back with us.
things real quick. No one who specializes in it, but I think we got a few crafters who might be able to cook up something. I don't know.
So,
I doubt it, though.
the fun thing is that Raphael refuses to use crafting out of character for cooking because he feels it's too different. And the last time Matt cooked stuff for you, it was
That's
food
what I say.
poisoning.
Like, I don't think. Yeah, that's what I was like. I don't think we have. Wait, no. I looked at it myself. Hey, hang on. Look at the thing.
I say out of
Never
character,
mind.
even it,
I can. Because Matt, I just remembered I have master in crafting now.
I guess. Because that's, yep. Anyways.
We have someone who can cook.
Oh, didn't you just use prestidigitation?
Yeah, that's the remarkable part. Matt's so bad at cooking, he has to use magic for it.
Yeah.
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 I was gonna say out of character to whoever is cooking, you practically have a walking furnace right in front of you.
Yeah,
Hey,
The fox.
Yes.
I just hold the frickin' skillet over Alvira's tail. She turns around. Don't mind me, just cooking.
Anyways,
Uh,
all of this being said, Glenda's like, oh yeah, honestly, we've got a pretty good cook, so I'm sure it'll be something that Matt's gonna have to get used to, going back to on-the-road cooking from a on-the-road chef.
yeah. Well, hopefully you can find something good out there.
I mean, I doubt it. I mean, pretty much no good game on the way there. I mean, you're equipped with all the supplies you need to feed the wagon train, but also, and I will point this out again, do not get separated from the wagon train because that'll put you off for a couple of weeks in terms of travel time. Also, the wagon train's destination is already pre-routed, so please try and stick to the route because there's only a certain amount of leeway they can give you before they say, yeah, no, we'd like to help you, but we're expected at this point, at this time, with or without you. Because unfortunately, they are expected to get to the capital in 3 weeks, with or without you. Because, you know, assassins.
Understood.
So, all that being said, do you have any other questions for me?
I don't think so, but I would go ahead and request just to be on the safe side, because Lord knows we've had to go and fight stuff off for a long time and been broken off from stuff before. Could we go ahead and have a coded map of some sort to make sure that if we do go off course, we can get back on course?
You
If not, that's fine.
Matt would be distributing those later on when he comes out and is ready to start. Unfortunately, we are setting off here in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So we're going to go on our little journey first. You guys will head off second. You are not being supervised. Keep that in mind.
Why do I feel we're gonna still be supervised even though you say that?
Now, I have absolute confidence in Matt's abilities as a leader and as a battle planner.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll hopefully see you at the castle and safe travels.
Yep.
I will go ahead and go check up on the wagons and wait for everybody else to come out.
Anybody else find any interesting people they want to talk to? Also, Will, your mic is being weird.
Yeah, well, that's because I switched my phone
Ah, yes, that makes more sense.
thing now.
Okay. Any takers on the other people in this wonderful wagon train that's about to leave? You have Gurkfall is Gurkfall, you already know these people. You already know what's going on. You always know what's going on.
Unfortunately.
Yes. So meme, name, or silver, do any of these random people catch your attention for any reason? Or would you like descriptions of any of these random people for any reason?
Who will move the plot forward the best?
Uh,
Roll to see who will do that.
Sure, make a perception check.
Oh god.
What the fuck is that half-orc doing there? Like, you've never seen this man in your life, and it's a half-orc wearing a suit. And, well, Keith's character that's a half-orc wearing a suit shouldn't exist yet, so this is a new
He's
one.
not a half-orc, he's a full-orc wearing a suit.
Oh yeah, he's a full-orc wearing a suit. So what the fuck? This guy is a half-orc wearing a suit. It's a half-orc with a suit.
This species Garuk Magu
It's going against the natural order.
Also, I will point out he also seems to have bad smoking habits. So okay, as yours. So that is the weirdo on the other wagon train. Something doesn't seem right, and you have no idea who he is. Which either means he provides a function that is necessary, but also is not too common to see the person, or he's an assassin. Those are really the two options here.
I'm gonna go up to him and say, "Need a light," and then do prestidigitation and set my finger on fire.
He's like,
But Maple, you're made of wood.
he's like,
It's literally just
hey,
slowly burning.
thanks, little guy. But aren't you flammable yourself? And he like puts a cigarette down and he lights it and he puts it back to his mouth.
Yes. And then I light myself on fire.
That's the first job.
Honestly, I'm not good at putting things out of fire. And he just like throws a bucket on you, and it's, you know, luckily it's full of water and not cooking oil.
Nice.
Yes.
See, this guy's good.
Ah, well, thank goodness that was bucket number 1 and not bucket number 50.
This guy's a good guy. I vouch for him. I'm telling everybody
God.
else.
Oh my
Well,
god.
of course I'm a good guy. I'm the royal cook.
This guy's the royal cook.
What? Yeah, I
Telling
am the
everyone this
royal
guy's the
cook.
royal
Yep.
cook.
I just look over. It's like I knew it.
Hey, wait
You
a
see-
minute. Doesn't smoking change what the food smells like or something? I don't know. I don't smoke.
I mean, he just looks. He's like, well, I'm not cooking at the moment. I know how to get the smell out.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yep. Anyways, let me ask you a question. Do you have any food? Well, you're actually no. I'm even more curious now. What do you like to eat, Maple?
Sunlight.
How does sunlight taste?
It doesn't.
Huh. So you don't eat anything for fun?
No, I can't. I have no stomach. Remember? I'm a plant.
Oh yeah, that's true. You probably don't have taste buds either.
That's right.
Huh. A man not touched by either the devil or the deities of this world, I see.
Yeah. And I've taken up that smoking habit that you just now. I don't think I like it.
You set yourself on fire.
Yeah, smoking.
Uh, he looks at his cigarettes like, why did you just give me moral implications for this bad habit?
Just for your health,
What are you, a doctor?
in a sense.
Is smoking the normalization of leaf genocide by fire?
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
He puts out the cigarette and he's like, I'm a monster.
It's not too late to change.
Well, you're right. A talking leaf told me I was committing genocide on leaves, so because of my smoking habit, so I stopped smoking. That sounds like a really clickbait, or that sounds like a really yellow journalist type of article. Extra, extra, read all about it, as they say.
We're all about health here at the ICE PC.
Ah, yes. Well, and you just hear at the front of the wagon train, everyone on board or lose it! And he's like, well, I gotta get going.
Right, see you around.
Yep, see you around.
All right, now what?
Now, Matt comes out, he's stretching, he looks raring to go. I also have new art for Matt, which I care to showcase through the audience being able to see the full portrait on the character sheet that I am trying to pull up, but Roll20 is being a dick. I will show this to you in the voice chat channel in just a sec. What the fuck, Roll20? It's April Fool's Day. You don't have permission to be this thing. Here we go. I actually can show it to you. This. New art for Matt.
Nice, nice.
Yep, yep.
Is that AI generated?
It is AI generated, so there's probably something I'm plotting. Because AI is my accomplice on everything, as they say.
Nice.
Yes. So, he's stretching his like, okay, everyone. As you all see, we have Ariel and Tulsi joining us for a bit. But, as typical, our group is consisting of me, Maple, Graves, Alvera, Gurkfall, Lucas, Raphael, Doth, and whenever Salo or Lilia decide to join us. However, we need to talk about our goal here. Aurora and me are in danger. We need to choose our battles very carefully, or we could all end up triggering the war that ends all wars. And the world. I'm unfortunately your priority. This would typically give you some leeway to ignore my orders if they would lead me to harm, but I'm locked in and I'm ready to go. I've planned our route. Well, if I somehow fall, I need you all to promise me that you'll listen to Gavilan and keep going. This is the last battle with the war with Cheliax. After this treaty, it's very likely that all nations will be secure in this new age of peace. So let's get going. The first week of travel is not eventful, but for a fun little improv exercise and to get your blood pumping and raring to go, what are you doing throughout a week of downtime and travel time? I'm sorry I used AI art, Silver. Keith brings up a good point. I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me.
We'll say. I was gonna say, through this pain, Aurora's silently complaining in her journal. She's been writing this entire fucking time.
Yes. Dear Journal.
There's going to be pages upon pages of going on about this.
Dear Journal.
Dear Diary. Matt made a funny joke today.
It wasn't that funny.
I wish I could be open with my feelings and tell him that he's a good friend.
Oh my god.
I coughed up cold today. I don't know what that means. I should go see the doctor.
Jesus.
Dear Diary, I am having a full-blown panic attack. Nothing is going wrong. That's just my personality today.
Dear Diary, I'm having an episode again. Yes, I know. It's the 5th time this week.
Shadow, what are you doing during this week of travel?
Dear Diary, I shot a rogue bird.
Oh no, she shot Gavilan. What will we do? Oh wait, no, Gavilan's a bard, not a rogue. We're safe.
It wasn't even a person.
Shot me again.
I love how you said
just sees a bird fly by and fucking shoots it.
Gavilan is just a bunch of scratches.
So, Shadow, what are you doing during this week of travel? Earth the Shadow!
I had another funny to mention.
I forgot my mic was off.
Okay, Silver, you can go.
Oh, I was gonna add on one more funny and say, Dear Diary, I tried to write in Fox form. Looks like a 5-year-old drew this. Writing with your mouth is not easy.
Meanwhile, Matt's journal for that day is, today I saw something really weird. I thought I saw a pen try and hold a fox try and hold a hand or a pen with both its little paws and write something. I have no idea where it went, and as far as I'm aware, it has not eaten any of our supplies. So I think I'm hallucinating. I would go to Maple about this.
Dear Diary, I think Matt's going insane.
I would go to Maple about this. However, I do not feel as though he is certified to treat this such an illness. After all, as I have been made aware several times, his green man is not allowed within school buildings.
Dear Diary, I've tried to explain to Matt for the 10th time that it was me trying to write in Fox form, but he doesn't believe me.
Dear Diary, Alvera keeps trying to lie to me that she was the one writing in Fox form. I do not believe her.
Diary, the voices won't stop.
Okay, anyway, shout out to
Anyways,
you.
yes, improv exercises.
I need to wipe my eyes now.
Yeah. Matt, quick question. Would we have had enough time to buy an item or two before we left?
You had 10 minutes after the 10 minutes that they had, so
Well, here's the thing. I was trying to buy something for like 5 sessions in a row, and we kept
what
getting
were you
interrupted with
trying to
shit.
buy?
Sending stones.
Those aren't quite a thing yet.
Okay.
Well, also,
just
you
like-
guys are going to be getting a new thing that does that job better anyway, so don't waste your
I was
money.
gonna say, sure, you can get sending
Okay, fine.
stones, Carl. Just pick up a few rocks along the way.
Actually, that's a good question. Are there any lakes or anything on the way there?
There are not any lakes that are noticeable, but no, you cannot quite perform OG,
Rock
Path to Create Nihil, Diana Scarlet. I want to send a message to him. Ties note to rock, winds up with the axe, hits it like a golf ball. Next thing you know, it travels halfway across the world and manages to hit Matt in the face. He's like, new message.
No. I was going to go ahead and do rock skipping, but I'm just
yes, rock skipping. Yes, cool. Roll me a athletics
Okay,
check, I believe.
I have 2 minutes to run upstairs, make sure everything's on, roll this, go back downstairs for my food.
Okie dokie. I'll have you wait to roll it because honestly, it's just a matter of 2 jumps.
Carl running upstairs ASMR. Let's listen to this.
Well, you already heard it. I'm already up.
Yeah, I did.
So, apparently
31.
people say Rob Gronkowski sounds like a Clydesdale when he's running. Like, that is horrifying. No, like, you know, you're running, trying to chase a guy and tackle him to the ground, and all you hear is bang, 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 bang. Like, he was apparently loud. Hilarious. Anyways, you know,
31.
First week was uneventful. Shenanigans ensued. Pranks are being played. Next thing you know, you hear, on the Monday of the second week, you hear a young girl scream. And as if on instinct, you immediately see Matt running towards whatever that noise was. Of course,
God damn it, not again!
Chase him down!
So he ends up taking you about 10 minutes off course, and when you finally get to him, you see him on top of you know, mound of things that you can make me a nature or actually it's just a beast. Nature. You can make me a nature check on. It's weird, it's just a beast, but yeah, it's a nature these are death dogs. They're 2-headed canines that have poison, venom. They're rather low level. They're easy. If Matt were to fail, he would need to roll a 1. So, what's more important here is that, as you approach, like, sorry about that, I, got a little bored over the last week. And from the top of the tree, you hear a young girl saying, "Hey, mister, can you help me down from the tree? I climbed up here, but I'm still afraid to come down on my own." And you look up, and you see a 13-year-old, long, well, it's long hair, but it's tied up into a little bun in the back. Long blonde hair, purple eyes, wearing the dress of a noblewoman. And she, also does not appear to be carrying much of anything. If anything, she looks like she's a long way from home, since that isn't just, like, fine clothing. That is, like, high fashion. This is a very wealthy noblewoman. You're looking at someone whose mother or father is probably a duke or duchess type of rich. How rich is that? Listen to me. The average peasant makes 15 gold. The dress that person is wearing in their lifetime. That's more than the average peasant makes in their lifetime. That person's dress is worth about 4 peasants.
Don't we have that much money?
Yeah, you guys have way more than that amount of money. But, like, that's still a rich kid.
I still have freaking, like, 9,000 platinum.
So a noblewoman of this area would not be able to get such high clothing, meaning they're probably closer to the heartland of Talador, which is where you're heading. Meaning it's very likely that this is someone you can take on your way with you.
I mean, may as well ask and see if that's the case. If so, escort him back.
Hey, kid, you got someplace to be?
I could use some help down. And Matt's just like, whatever. And he climbs up and asks, what's your name, kid? And she says, the name is Lapis Runemaker. And you guys can ask Lapis some questions before we move on a bit.
What are you doing all the way out here?
Well, I can't say.
Why can't you say?
Because if I say anything, I'm dead.
Fair point.
As in, if someone finds out you said anything, they'll kill you, or there's something cast on you that will kill you.
Well, I mean, to be fair, all they said is I'd share the same fate as the rest of the family, but I'm pretty sure that means death.
That usually is what it means. Fortunately.
I'm not sure I know what you mean by that, lady. Anyways, what are you guys doing here?
We're on our way somewhere, assuming you probably were as well.
No, I've been running for my life. I have no place to go. And, I sort of don't know where I am.
Well, considering you've gotten yourself in this predicament, do you need a ride by chance?
Depends upon where you're going.
Talador.
We're still in Talador, to my knowledge.
Capital.
Oh, Opara. Huh. Any chance I can convince you to go in the opposite direction?
Well, why is that?
Oh, no reason.
I mean, kind of have business to get out there for?
That just sort of says, yeah, we're sort of on our way for reasons, you know, and he sort of looks at you guys and like face palms, like, I forgot I said no violence unless necessary. I will say another thing. You guys can make me just some perception checks. Basically, don't get a nat 1, please.
Stairs right now, so I will skip this.
Yeah, I'll roll a d20 for you.
Fair enough. I think it's
Yeah,
plus,
it's not a 1.
It's like
I'll roll a d20 for Gurkfall, too. Yeah, he's fine.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Nope.
Oh.
Hey, no problems. And meme name, can I get a perception check? So, those of you that did not nat 1 realize that this random girl and Matt look like eerily similar.
Hey, Matt, is this your clone?
Matt looks, you know, like,
Say, now I'm starting to realize why that name sounded familiar. Shit.
what are you guys? Why would that be a clone of me? It's a. How old are you, kid? 13. 13-year-old girl.
Matt's clone is a little weird.
okay. Hang on.
Hey.
Anyways, you know, as you guys are piecing this together, you know, Matt manages to get set up by Lapis, and as he offers her, a hand down from the tree, she panics and she grabs, something out of, she does actually have a dagger on her. It's strapped onto her leg underneath her dress. She grabs it, she tries and strikes out at him. And, this is someone who has no training. Matt grabs the person and just jumps. And, she, drops the knife as soon as she lands, just a foot away from the ground. And Matt tells this kid, that knife you have is a weapon, kid. If you're gonna pull it out, you better be prepared to kill or be prepared to be killed. And, like, you just see this 13-year-old go from, like, kind of scared to absolutely horrified, and Matt's laughing, and he's like, you're alright. Sorry, I can be a little serious when stuff like that happens. It's obvious you're scared. We mean you no harm. I mean, if we did, you would have been dead there. Besides,
We're just kind of face palms in the background.
I'm not gonna try and harm a lost young woman like you. Tell me, what brings you? And she just, like, looks at him and, like, puts a hand to his, like, face and is like, Uncle Pradith.
Oh, and it's like,
Nah. What do you mean, Uncle Pradith? And she's like, you're here! It's like, sorry, little miss, but name's Matt. You got me confused for my father, I think. He has a son? How do you know him,
why does
little
everybody think that he doesn't have a...
No. She says, oh, he's a longtime friend of my mother. So charming and always tells me about the world he's seen. So cool, but my mom tells me he had a bad reputation and I should never ever date a man like him. Matt laughs and is screaming internally. She's right,
I know.
My parents left me when I was young. He's a great uncle, not the greatest father.
Dear
How
diary.
old are you?
Yeah, an
She's like
existential
13. Remember, I told you that. It's like, yeah. How old are you? Like, do you have you have an understanding of how? Yeah. No, I've had that conversation already. I'm 13, not like 10. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of that so sort of wasn't wanted. It's like, yeah, I wasn't either. Just like
Lost
and-
pin, apparently.
well, I guess we can both relate to that. Okay, you know what? I'm tagging out. One of you please take over for me. And but just like I'm gonna like, and he opens his network place. Like, I will be back in like 5 minutes out here. So, be back.
Okay.
We're just
See you in
kind of
about 2-3 hours.
groans. Anyway,
So, what do you guys do for a living? She says.
Destroy evil.
Oh, then maybe
said,
you guys
we're
can
just
help
kinda-
me.
Albert just kind of grows a little bit. Mercenaries.
Oh. I
Not
don't have
destroy evil.
money for it, though.
Sometimes we do stuff for free. So
Really? That sounds like
I'm
you're
a
bad
paladin.
mercenaries.
That's
I'm a
kinda
paladin.
usually
My
how it
evil is
goes.
something I do as a duty, not as a job.
So, you guys are mercenaries that work for free a lot?
I mean,
no.
we get paid in other ways. So
Yeah,
That
for the
is
most
true.
part.
Like, you guys do get paid in other ways a lot.
Yeah.
And the office is like, okay, fine. I have a joke for you. My brother's evil. He's threatened to kill me if I tell anyone he's evil. And he's been missing since he was a kid, and he showed up about a month ago. And my whole family treats it like a whole heroic reunion, and meanwhile, he doesn't sleep. He has a wife that talks in nothing but riddles and rhymes. And yeah,
Albert
Might
just kind of
I
like
ask
looks
for his
over at Shadow.
like, first name and description?
like his name is, well, again, Carl, I will recap this by saying, one, you don't know what this character's brother.
No, but
Yeah.
the speak nothings in riddles thing.
That's his wife. Are you talking about a
know.
name for the half-orc wife?
No, I'm asking for a name of the brother because the brother's like, okay.
Oh, well, he's a half-elf, red
basically-
hair, green eyes, freckles, short, stubby, pointy ears, like most half-elves. He wears robes, carries around a walking stick, despite not having a bad leg, and he has a handlebar mustache, and did I say he had red hair? No, it's brown. I forgot red hair and blonde hair are not in his gene pool. No problems. Anyways, long story short, he's pretty normal. His name's Sven.
Okay.
Like, they don't look weird. I mean,
Okay.
for a half orc and a half elf married together.
Okay. That seems like an odd marriage, but
I'm not sure where it comes from. Like I said, he told me to run or die. And I was so horrified I ran without a plan or anything other than a dagger. I don't think I've eaten for 2 days while up in that tree, harassed by those things. And she points towards the body of the corpses. Wow, you guys made quick work of that. Huh.
Yeah, Matt tends to do that.
Albert just
I
kind of
imagine
blinks
looks over
after
and
like
sees one of the heads just completely smashed into oblivion.
Yeah,
Albert
why
just kind of
did...
like blinks after being like zoned out for a minute. It's like,
why did he go off after me mentioning the name Uncle Pradith?
That's his father.
Yeah, but like, does that happen every time someone mentions his father?
Not every time, but...
Why is this time different then?
Most of the time when people mention his father, it's not in a relationship way, it's everybody hates on him.
Uncle Pradith's not that bad. I mean, he doesn't tell me what he does for a living, but he seems to have wonderful adventures.
Yeah. I barely met the man, so...
You're a paladin. You're a paladin.
I'm not gonna tell this 13-year-old and shatter her fucking dreams, Matt.
You can't lie, dude.
You can't lie! You can't say,
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. You can say nothing.
Okay. I will say nothing, then.
But here's the real question, Alvura. Do you want to do that? This is the man who is somewhat responsible for the death of your father. And
that's exactly why she zoned out the second his name was mentioned.
I will point out...
She was in silent fury rage.
It is also hilarious, too, because, like, Alvura's father had this weird thing where he's not always around and he always tells stories to Alvura about the wonderful adventures he goes on. And then Lapis's Uncle Pradith is not always around. She idolizes him. He tells her about journeys that he goes on.
It's almost as if these two have similar relationships to these people.
Matt comes out. He's like, okay, sorry. That, so what'd I miss?
Not much.
Because Alvaro's just kind of like quietly like jabbing a tree to her right. Just kind of like standing there jabbing it.
Like not even like full on jabbing it, just like sort of standing next to it and like with her right hand at her like at her side, she's just like continually punching it.
Dear
Like-
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, it's like, what's wrong with Alvera? That tree looks like it's been quite damaged.
Yeah.
It's,
think it has to do with,
miraculous that
you
she
know,
hasn't
who.
fucking set
Anyways.
on fire yet. Oh wait.
So
Oh, wait,
fun
accidentally
fact,
lights it on fire, catch it
well,
on fire.
fun fact, Alvera, trees that are alive don't catch fire because they have hydration and you can't burn a green stick. So you actually can't start a forest fire by lighting a living tree on fire, because you can't light a living tree on fire. Forest fires
Now
are
you
typically
can roll
just
a fate.
I mean, it's not like she
Maybe
would
it was
try,
archery.
but even then, her tail is like very much ignited, so it's just a thing of, oh.
Yeah, no, relax. This is a safe place because this forest has been well watered. There's not a lot of stuff you can burn, tree wise. Now, if you guys were to go to, oh, I don't know, a forest that's been dead for years, yeah, you can light every tree in that area on fire. But not so much a.
It's just lucky enough that nothing can be set fire in here because she is very angry, silently. But her tail says otherwise.
But that's like, God. I mean, I understand. Well, regardless, what's going on? What's you guys figure out what she's running from, or
Her brother apparently said to run or die.
ah. Anything else?
I will repeat the description of the person as well as the name.
Oh.
It's like, any of that ring bells?
Well, no. I've never met any of the people involved in the situation.
Okay.
But it sounds like we've got to find out what's going on there.
Okay.
So, warfare lore check, Carl.
Oh, I'm still not up yet. I still have one more thing of chicken.
Still got my chicken. Okay, well, we're going to wait for Carl to have his meal. I'm going to get a meal, and we're going to have our second break from the Silence
Alright.
Company. We'll be right back. are back live. I did
Sorry.
Nah. You said that before I clicked on live to go
Oh
live.
goddamn.
Yeah, you missed Silver's racist triad.
Jesus
Excuse
Christ!
me.
Don't make up shit, Gavilon. She just said the Dick Kickham quote.
By the way, the funny part is it's April Fool's, so haha. Gavilan pranked you all.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Anyways,
Everybody's pranking each other.
you know, you guys managed to work your way back to the wagon train. And as you guys are sort of setting up camp for the night, that sort of like, yeah, no, I know what she's saying, but look, she's still young. Her imagination may be a bit heavier. We need to be careful on how we approach this. So I recommend we take an approach like this. One of us will take point upon the day of which we arrive. The other will try and take care of things around the manor, find out information while we're in the manor for the first day, and then we'll switch off. So second day comes around, the group that takes care of stuff around the manor will, you know, take care of things that, based upon information they've learned, and vice versa. Day 2, people in day 1 are going to take care of finding information and making sure things are good at the manor. That's how we're going to go about doing things when we get there. That being
So
said,
we're taking a detour.
actually, it's on the way on the wagon train. We just gotta walk the last 40 miles after we're done in Lapis's home.
Okay. So it's not that far from.
I wouldn't call 40 miles chump change, but yeah, it's not that bad.
Yeah. It's not like frickin' 200 miles. Let's be honest here.
I
That
mean,
would be unbearable.
honestly, this whole journey is only 200 miles.
You're
Or-
making this all sound worse.
I mean, 500 actually. I don't know. It's been a while since I planned the route.
Alright.
Look, there's
Anyways.
about like 3 weeks of travel we gotta do, and walking will extend that by another week. Yeah.
And
Honestly,
I'd prefer not to walk.
Yeah, and I'd prefer not to walk next to a bunch of people who are so slow, but we have Gurkfall. And you.
Huh?
Excuse me?
Wait, what?
You know, you two would very much be appreciated for picking up a Wand of Longstrider. If you could use it, because neither of you can.
So I
Oh,
guess we
also,
have-
Shadow's slow, too.
Bitch, I have
honestly-
30 feet of movement.
Yep, but you can't use a Wand of Longstrider to give you 40. I have 40, meaning that every time we walk on foot and travel across distance, I have to not use my Wand of Longstrider, which takes away time from every overland travel we commit. Honestly, we probably could have saved some time if we just hired horse and carriages for everything we didn't have horse and carriages for. But also, we weren't really in a position in which we could hire horse and carriages because we were on the run from a nation we were currently inside of.
Fair
Our
enough.
history is complicated the more I think back upon it.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Huh. Well, I mean,
Ever's like quietly pulling out her journal again to start writing. But it's very aggressive writing.
also, I should probably mention I've been getting a warning that we need to stop aggressively reading our journals to each other. Apparently, it's been,
Ever like immediately glances up.
no, all of us, apparently, we have an HR department. Also, apparently, it's against HR policies to aggressively write and or read our journals in front of other people based upon what they do. It's,
Average like slowly squints before she decides to stand up and go sit near a tree away from the crowd.
Yeah,
Continue.
apparently it's considered heavily, and he like air quotes, passive aggressive, which honestly just seems like a walking contradiction to me. I mean, how can you be passively aggressive? I mean, last time someone was aggressive towards me, I wound up in a ditch. Do I have proper? No, that didn't happen. Oh yeah, last time someone was aggressive to me, they wound up in a ditch with dirt on top of them and a gravestone.
Dear diary, I saw the writing fox again.
I do I actually? No, I'm not that violent, right?
You have one shot entire groups of zombies before, so
Yeah, but they're zombies. They're not people. No offense, Gurkval.
they were people, if nothing else.
No, I think
So-
Gurkval agrees with me. They're not people. And they were people, but also, like... Right, Gurkval? Killing zombies is fine, right, Gurkval?
I
And
guess.
so you just see a
What do
fox
you-
in the background
what do you-
struggling to write.
What do you
Wait, what?
mean, I guess? You're
I
a-
look and watch the cute fox freaking screwy. It's like, oh, that's adorable.
Matt just looks at the cute fox and is like, oh, it's back.
It's struggling to write. It's literally
Yeah.
chewing up the pencil trying to write.
We should probably get some fox traps, because that thing keeps following us. I'm trying to write in Alvara's
she,
journal.
she like looks over with the pencil in her mouth.
It's like, Matt, you do realize who that is, right?
No. Is that Alvara? I've never seen her in a fox form.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Well. Hey, Maple!
do you have
Congratulations! What do you mean I have what do you mean do I have addendums?
I have a feeling this happened more than once, and that you wrote in your diary about this.
I
Because
did do
you
that. I
usually
thought I
are
was going crazy.
meticulous about that shit.
Yeah,
No.
I thought... Yeah. Well,
No,
I
you
mean, to be fair, then I guess that fox that was writing in Alvara's diary was also eating our food, just with permission. Still think we should probably get fox traps because it's Taldor. Foxes are pretty common, and they do tend to be pests that eat people's food without permission. Which I know is a
Everyone
little...
just kind of like closes up the journal with their nose and waddles over, and then just spits the pencil out on the ground.
Look,
in
I know
front of
it's look. I know it's insensitive, but like, we've been having some problems with other foxes that aren't kitsune, and probably some that are kitsune because. Huh. I mean,
She just kind of waddles off, and you just hear angry squeaking noises.
well, to be fair, it's not my. Eh. You know,
Should I go
kitsune
make sure
outside of
Alvara's alright?
yeah, probably, but like kitsune aren't that common in Taldor. They're common in Taldor, just.
Anyways, I'm gonna go check on Alvara. You
Yeah,
have
that's...
fun realizing what you've done.
Realize
You've
no, like we've actually caught some kitsune transformed into foxes that were trying to steal from our food. Like
he just peers around the tree. Naughty, and he just goes in, goes back. He goes check on the squealing fox.
hey, Gurkval, you hear that?
Yes.
It's the sound of silence. Are you used to it?
And just on the other side of the tree, you just hear a fucking metal guitar riff.
Are you used to the sound of
I hate you.
silence, Gurkval? Because you sure as hell make a lot of it. What?
I hate you.
Unfortunately.
You're... Huh. Aren't you my pupil in the future? How do I make life quiet? I feel like I must have lost my touch somewhere.
Meanwhile, Shadow, when you go to check up on her, you just see her like half chewing on a tree,
Xiao's
taking
just
out
gonna
her
go-
anger.
Yeah, Xiao's just gonna sit nearby and just wait.
Then just watching her try to chew on a tree, but it's not working as well.
I'll look and I'll look by. Matt, do I see a stick?
You don't see a stick, but I would like to get some perception checks from you, both.
Okay. Perception away. Natural
Percepcione.
20.
Yeah, so, there are,
I'm
like,
omniscient.
there are, like, 3 hawks above you, sort of eyeing the small fox in front of
I'm
you.
just gonna look over to Alvera. There are some hawks eyeing you.
So you just hear anger. Just
I will
angry
walk.
gnawing.
Upon closer inspection, Carl, these are abnormally sized hawks.
Abnormally sized.
Like, hey, Maple, look, there's a peaceful tribe of thunderbirds up above you guys, just circling around,
Uh-oh.
which is typically a sign of good fortune. Or they're hungry.
Don't
Probably
worry, guys. We're
fortune.
good. Well, I'm good because I am a plant and they don't eat plants.
Oh no, they eat particularly small small creatures and plants.
Feels like you're all
and then you
set.
make the
No.
realization, and then you make
just
the
a sudden
realization.
realization of that. It's like, I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
But they
will-
particularly do not like the taste of maple leaves, so you are safe.
I'm not.
Alvera,
Wait,
on the other
losers?
hand,
Yeah.
Honestly, maple syrup, if you have some and then cap it, it's a good way of dissuading them from eating things in the area. Given they're just majestically circling around, typically a sign of good fortune.
Yeah. I'm just edging my way to Alvera to make sure it's like these birds try to go after my friend. I can at least pick up Alvera and run.
so she just kind of like
meantime, I'm just
stops
gonna let
chewing.
her yeah, just keep doing.
Stops chewing on tree.
Sound like an NPC task.
Yeah, it's like
Alvera is acting a lot like an NPC at the moment.
yeah, just nom,
Gets
nom, nom, nom,
angry,
nom,
chews
nom,
on
nom, nom.
tree, stops chewing on tree.
There are enemies nearby. You can't sleep. So,
You can't sleep,
Maple,
there's
fun
monsters nearby.
fact,
Oh,
in
shit.
Druidic, you hear those thunderbirds saying, huh, looks like we have a pre-cooked meal, boys, over and over again.
What the hell? These birds speak Druid.
Just out of curiosity, do you also want to say something in Druidic back to them?
I tell them to buzz off.
And one of them, they like all immediately like come down around the camp, and they're like, "Fuck, did you call us?"
I said buzz off.
Oh, I thought you called us buzzards. Yeah, sorry about that. Tom always overreacts. Anyways, I am Thunderbird Bach. This is Thunderbird Tom, and this is Thunderbird Talk. Tom Buck Ta. Tom Buck Ta.
Great. Well, obviously, since you're doing the opposite of what I say, make yourselves at home.
Oh, well, we don't mind if we do. We weren't doing the opposite of what we said. We thought you insulted us.
Alvera just kind of like starts to waddle back and then realizes it's like, oh.
Oh,
Big
you
birds.
guys
Yeah,
have
very
like
big
one
birds.
of the birds points over and says in common, "Oh, you guys have emergency rations. Can we take that to go?"
I do the shotgun.
Alvera
arms,
panics and
the
runs.
arms. No, I immediately grab Alvera. It's like, no. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay, Alvera. Okay. Just change out your
Tail's, like,
platform.
floofed
You'll
up
be
in a ball.
all right.
Oh, boys, it's a kitsune. Ugh, they're always bad eating. Too skinny.
Just
Honestly, would it kill them to eat a bit more? Yeah, I know. Yeah. God forbid we have to start raising kitsune.
Salvador's like
just look
switches
up,
back.
Look back. Just yeah, it's like as you're switching back, I just go ahead and set your feet on the ground, make sure that you know I'm not still wrapping my hands around you. It's like, that'd be weird.
Hey, Tom, you think she'd taste spicy? No, Bach, I don't think about whether or not my food tastes spicy. Why do you care? I don't know. She looks fiery. Also, we don't eat people, Tom. Yeah, I know that, Bach, but, like, she was a fox a second ago. Well, yeah, that's why we don't eat kitsune. They're too stringy and they turn into humans. They're like, oh, you monster. Yeah, we have feelings, you know. Fucking racist kitsune.
She's very tempted to like shoot off a fucking warning shot to get the fuck out.
I will point out, once again, violence, outside of Matt accidentally forgetting to say violence is probably not the best solution, is not the best solution. Especially against these things, because I think they're like CR-15 and there's 3 of them. Thunderbirds.
Come on, get shit stopped. That's the moral of the story.
More of, hey, there's
Turned
3
into victim.
Thunderbirds in the area. Mythological creatures don't typically gather for no fucking reason, and food is not typically the best reason.
So that
Ever's
brings
just
you
gonna
all to
go
this
and, like-
neck of the woods.
Oh,
Ever's
well,
just-
we heard
Ever's
that
just
there
gonna
are
go
some
and be
travelers
grumpy
in
the
need of
corner.
advice. We are Timbuktu, the 3 birds of legendary wisdom.
Looks at that map.
Don't look at me. I didn't call them here.
No, but I think they're referring to us. You being the leader. You have any questions first?
I know what I'm doing here. I don't get me wrong. I have questions, but like I have a feeling this is a public forum. And Ta says, "Yeah, well, the public forum. This is public forum indeed." And Tim's like, "Sorry, he was dropped as a child." What? Mom loved me. We know.
Okay. I just look up and I'm just being real quizzical looking and it's like you know the I want to say something but not sure if that'd be too insensitive.
What? Insensitivity? That's not okay. You should be aware of other people's feelings. Gah!
That's why I'm not saying anything. Oh my
No,
God.
no. You just think
Why
about
are you
that.
reading my mind?
Ah! I always can read minds. That's what makes me special. Yeah, that's not the only thing that makes Bach. That's not the only thing that makes Ta special. Ta knows what you're saying, and Ta does not appreciate your bullshit. Ta is actually probably more intelligent and wise than his brothers, but Ta talks funny. Because Ta was dropped on vocal cords, so Ta talks like parrot.
Ow.
How do you drop a child on their vocal cords, you might ask? Several attempts.
Kirkfall kind of just puts his hand on his face. And just stands, and just keeps looking, because he can't really do much else.
Yeah, you can't ask questions.
Kim says, "Come now, surely you have questions." What? Sorry, he talks in such an enthusiastic way. Sometimes I try to mimic it, but it never quite work because our mother didn't love me and Bach. Only Ta. And Bach says, yeah, actually, talking like a parrot is a sign that you're the favorite.
Is
And
that
Ta says,
why?
yes,
There's
because
multiple
disabled
attempts on the phone?
Thunderbirds are cool. Our mom has the same parrot voice. So does our father. What did you say? Sorry. Ta got busy talking about Ta.
It's just like, okay, just in my mind, it's like, okay. Just trying, basically, he starts going over all the stuff that they just said. It's like, okay, so that's why they took several attempts to make you land on your vocal cords?
Yes, you have to get it just right.
Hey, Gavelon, could you squawk?
Technically, Gavelon is not in this session.
I'm not here right now.
Yeah.
Leave a message.
Leave the message after the squawk.
Leave a message after the squawk. But
We can answer 3 questions for your weary travelers. Only 3. No more than 3. And we have no time limit. We will be here until you ask us 3 questions.
He looks back over at Matt again.
Again, do you trust that? I mean, they're going to be here until we ask them 3 questions, but I mean, also, like, come on, buddy. You and I know how stubborn me and Gavelon can be if we put our mind to it. Heck, and Jerkfall can't say anything. Technically, the 3 of us could take turns of taking watch over these 3 and bore them to death.
You also know how stubborn we can be when we don't put our mind to it.
It's not a... That's your secret, Gavelon. You're always stubborn.
That's a secret. I never use my mind.
Meanwhile,
That's
Laura's
the
just
unfortunate
being
truth.
grumpy in a corner.
Tim's like, yeah, no, seriously, if you have any questions about anything going on, we are a source of all wisdom and knowledge in the world. And Bach is like, unfortunately, we only answer questions in the form of limericks and riddles. And Ta's like, come on, guys, you're not supposed to tell them that immediately. It turns most people off.
No, we like our own riddles and such, so that actually might be fun. But we currently are kind of blanking, so
Oh,
give us a
come
bit to think of
now. There's
something.
nothing weird that happened to you all today?
It just leans over to Matt. Should we ask them about the incident?
You know, actually, I'll ask my second in command. Hey, Gavelon, should we tell these Thunderbirds about what happened so far today?
What happened today?
Yep, that's a yes. That's a yes. He's half conscious in the tent because someone decided to get a little too wild on the trail mix before he realized he was just eating spiked bird food.
He's just doodling pirate hat. Lying on his stomach, kicking his feet in the air.
So it's the equivalent of eating fermented berries. Lovely.
No, it's like eating like a it's like eating an like 48 pot brownies.
I ate
Oh
bird.
God! So basically, master.
God damn it! Why didn't he leave any for me?
Well, it's bird seed. Tastes horrible outside
She'd
of
still
birds.
try it.
I mean, there is still plenty left.
Just give her a good drink, she'll try it.
My heart hasn't beat in 3 minutes.
So wait, Gamelon, if your heart hasn't beat in 3 minutes, how are you still alive?
Just
Wait for it. Wait for it.
There it goes. There it goes. Start the timer again.
Your heart is only beating once every 3 minutes, Gavelon.
Well, that was more like 3:45, but yeah.
Maple, can you go check on him and make sure he's not stupidly high to the point where he might drop dead?
Anyway, how about the people that are actually playing today?
Yes.
Alvaro, who's being grumpy in the corner, is also like digging through her bag trying to find something because she does not want to just sit in the corner the whole time. So she's probably looking for a drink that she probably brought.
So, Shadow, go ahead and ask questions you might want answers to about today's goings on.
Boy, okay. I'm basically trying to make it to where I use the least amount possible. So I'm trying to think how to word this. Hmm.
Come
Okay.
on, this is not rocket science. You have 3 questions.
Carl. Yeah.
No, I'm literally trying to knock everything out in one question if possible, so that we have 2 other questions for anything else that pops up.
That's not possible. They will cut you off as soon as you ask one complete question.
Well, here's okay. So out of character here, would I be able to ask? Can you tell us everything that happened at the manor since Ben returned to the manor? To basically get a full timeline. Is that possible? Because I would so fucking ask that.
They can answer everything in riddles and limericks. And
Yeah, but at least having something to go off of. And like he will actually like pull out a pen.
so, Tim says, there once was a man in the town whose dark past has earned him a frown. They called him a killer, but was he really a thriller? Your trial will soon bring truth to renown.
Will I ever get married?
Cavalon, you are married. Oh
Tell
my
her
god.
figure.
It's like you are married. You literally just got put through your second wedding.
Unfortunately, I do want to give someone from tomorrow a question, so I'm going to
Yeah.
make that joke question one of them.
Yeah, that'll be for
Ah!
tomorrow.
The question of love and life will one day become a wife. The future's unknown, but don't you bemoan, for happiness comes in all shapes and strife.
Oh shit, my wife's gonna die.
Oh.
Maybe this one will also become a
Just Shadow, just looking down. It's like, I wonder if I'll get to that stage.
Maybe this one will also become a demon lord.
He just looks over at Gavelin. That would be terrifying.
Well, it's once in it didn't.
And also a trend that is extremely scary. Like, Why would we let you have a third if that third one's also going to end up
So,
as
Bach says, I believe there was a question in that, and I believe I will answer that. Oh dear, what a question to ask about the fate of one's marital task. The future's unclear, but don't you fear. Cherish every moment. Make it last.
Oh my! Turning all my ex-wives or demons to a whole new level.
Honestly, these have been fun. If you want to ask us some non-serious questions for us to test our limerickal knowledge on, we'd love to do that.
What do you think about pineapples and oranges?
Nothing rhymes with orange.
Exactly.
But you can't answer the pineapple one.
Get wrecked, soothsayer.
No.
And, you know what? Fuck it. Oh, so as you say, tell me what you think of oranges and pineapples. What Tim says, pineapple fruit quite tropical. It taste can be quite quizzical. With a yellow spiky crown, its treat to be found, sweet and juicy, oh so magical. And Bach says, there once was a person quite fond. Yes. Of oranges,
Cheater.
yes, dude, motherfucker. I am not that gifted with poems, but
I knew that was too quick and too good for it to be something that you made.
dude, the AI literally made a limerick involving oranges.
Oh my god. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
That box says, there was once a person quite fond of oranges, juicy and blonde, their flavor so bright, a citrus delight, a snack they could that they could not abscond.
Asterix. Asterix.
The key is to not use orange in the rhyming scheme, Gavilan.
She's to see it on. Congratulations.
But yeah,
That's
no. I'm like, oh my god, why did I write a particular thing this way? I'm horrible at poetry. And so is this AI, but it's quick. Also good at writing riddles. As Ta
The
says,
Riddler
would
would
you
be
like
good.
a riddle?
Riddle me something.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you want a riddle or not?
Yes, please.
I am
Let's
a
have some
word
fun.
that can make you cry, yet often I am said with a sigh. I mark the end of a chat or a meet. I'm a farewell, a sign of defeat. What am I? Solve me, don't be shy.
A period.
So, as you say that, they just fly off.
Is that right?
No, no. The answer was goodbye.
Same thing.
No, a period is the end of a sentence. Goodbye means bye.
Oh, that kind of period. Okay.
Jesus
just-
Christ! It is April Fool's Day, but.
This whole entire time, Alvara's like been drinking away at the bottle she brought.
So,
Again, should not be drinking, but you know what? She still is.
I'm gonna save two of you for tomorrow with this stuff, and technically one of you I can't do this with. So Alvera and Maple.
What's up?
So basically, if your name is not Gurkfall or Lucas, you're having a nightmare tonight.
Wow.
Great.
because both of them are time travelers, have limited amounts of memory I can share. So, Maple, you have a nightmare where you remember where your journey started off, the cave with all those goblins and kobolds?
Yeah.
You know how those Thunderbirds wouldn't eat you? Goblins, kobolds wouldn't do it either. They didn't quite find any good way of killing you either. So, you were abandoned by your friends. You notice that in this version of events, Matt is not around. And basically, you're being used. The nightmare you experience in the evening is you being used as whatever the goblins and kobolds can think of next. Kite, volleyball. It's a really bad volleyball, so they just beat you for not falling quickly enough. Horrible, horrible experience after experience. Just
Matt's not there and my experience in life improves.
Whatever floats your boat there, buddy.
God.
Honestly, apparently Maple wants to be used as a volleyball and a kite. It's weird. And if you weren't a leaf, I would have
hey,
a lot
he
of
gets
questions.
to finally fly like all the other leaves do.
Yeah.
I mean, also, you get beaten within an inch of your life every day, but yeah,
Like I do every day.
That's not true. You hardly ever take damage.
Yeah.
You and Gavilan are like the two people I prioritize targeting if you start saying about how you stop getting you never get targeted. Because
I keep my mouth shut.
I know you keep your mouth shut, unlike a certain Gavilan. Also, Gavilan is technically first on my pecking order on any serious boss. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gavilan.
Alvera, you
What?
have a
I
nightmare.
hear you out of getting body slammed like a dragon.
You are having a nightmare where you are, you did end up, when you first met Matt, you remember how you were, like, almost about to, like, turn him into the Trilaxian authorities as a dead body, right? You know? You have a nightmare where you did actually do that. And, well, you know what Hell Knights don't particularly like when they're committing crimes, Alvera? Loose ends. You would have been a loose end. In this version of things, without your allies in the Ice Peace Project, and you ultimately deciding to collect a payday instead of where you ended up now, you are basically awaiting your execution in the capital of Cheliax. You have a nice view from your prison cell of the Field of Roses that lies before the nation's capital. However, every day is filled with pointy objects being thrust inside of you, and I'm talking needles here, but, like, I realized halfway through saying that I should have probably just said needles, because, you know, you're having fun, you know, you're getting cattle prods every once in a while, you're getting your tails constantly soaked in water, your ears are constantly being put in buckets and little things that create frost magic. Basically, you're having a painful experience until one day, one of the torturer's hands get a little slippery, and you meet your end. And you wake up in a cold sweat and take over for the next watch.
Oh boy.
And you know what? I'm making good time. Shadow. There's no really good way of saying this. You know how you don't think Gavilan would make a competent leader? So, in this version of things, your nightmare takes place in a world where... And just as you're about to see your nightmare start, you get a visit from someone very important. Name starts with an A, and ends with a Psu.
Period.
And Apsu says,
I'm
okay.
knocking on the brain door,
Okay.
Carl, wake up.
And as Apsu says to you, okay, this next month is not going to be easy on you, kid. This is going to have test of faith after test of faith, test of patience after test of patience. And likely, you are going to feel your best option in a few of these cases is going to be against my particular views on things and going against the law of a respectable nation. You have my permission to stray as long as you pray to me after doing so. I am more than willing to forgive you, and in this month's trials, it is a necessity that you break away from my teachings slightly. But if you are ever uncertain, I have given you a gift to keep track of those things. I will glow if something is not something. If I will glow if you are doing something I do not think is necessary. You have a bit more leniency, but try and be a good person with that. For about the next 45 days from this point. Understood?
Okay.
So act responsibly, be safe, don't do the drugs, and, you know.
Okay, hang on. Whoa. Why the fuck do I do the drugs?
Well, to be fair, last time I told someone they had a bit of leniency, they took it way too far and invented hookers and blow.
Just fucking wide-eyed, like... This sounds like the most heinous act imaginable.
My son is quite a big fan of it, but that's not important.
Mm.
He is a disappointment. So is my wife.
Okay, hang on. This would be one of those... Wait a minute. Hold up. First off, son and wife? None of the stories ever said anything about that. What the...
Well, yeah, but I mean,
what?
I'm a deity who was born a dragon. Dragons tend to have mates and offspring.
I know that, but...
I happen to get divorced. So, I dedicated my entire life as a mortal to making them regret that mistake and becoming a paragon of good dragons and becoming a god because of it.
How do dragons have
Just
divorces?
start blinking for a second. Matt, do I have to roll a religion check to see what fucking Dahak is?
Dahak is not his ex-wife. Dahak has his own ex-wife, actually.
Okay. I was just about to God, if I thought Dahak was a man this entire time.
No, Dahak is a man. Dahak is a man, yeah.
I would be extremely fucking confused.
And Apsu just looks at you and is like, no, it's not Dahak. And stop picturing Dahak with a pear, okay?
It's funny.
Little does he know that the thoughts in the back of his head are appearing behind him and he can only say that.
It's like, but it's funny.
Yeah, it is hilarious, actually. I'm the first person to think about such a thing. And then once upon a time, I had a weird dream where my name was Dahak and another guy was Apsu and he was an asshole and I was good. It was weird.
Just fucking deadpan serious. It's like, can't say.
Anyways, yeah, you know, I'm also going to give you a very special permission for a paladin. If it is absolutely necessary and your ring doesn't glow, you can lie. I know, shocking. But yes, a one-time special privilege. Oh, also, I'm sort of disappointed you didn't tell that kid that her uncle Pradith is a thief.
Okay, I understand why you're disappointed, but at the same time, let me be honest, I don't want to destroy the kid's freaking dreams.
It's not destroying a kid's dream, Shadow. It's a matter of knowing that their heroes are as flawed as they are, and that even the great heroes of their lives can turn into monsters if not given proper guidance. It is an important part of someone growing up realizing that sometimes their heroes can be the monsters they fear about.
Oh.
You should have destroyed
I
their
like that.
points for Gryffindor.
So,
Points for Gryffindor? just randomly hears that. It's like just Gavilan saying, "Points for Gryffindor." It's like, what the fuck was that?
Oh, that was your capable leader. You don't like that guy, I believe.
It's a complicated relationship.
I don't think it's that complicated based on your previous reactions with your leader, but okay.
It's more,
Oh.
I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm pretty sure you know how you feel about the guy.
I mean, I don't like the guy to certain degrees, and yet he can be handy and very...
Hey, Carl, he's not saying second in command, he's saying leader.
Yeah, I know, it's like, and then you just realize, like, wait, leader. Just deadpan stare, looks up. Are you trying to foreshadow something?
No, I don't believe that something is for you. Your current boss is screaming in his sleep, points for Gryffindor. Whatever that means.
Oh, so Matt's saying that. Okay. I thought you were talking about
your
Gavilan.
current boss is saying that.
Oh.
This certainly is Shadow's nightmare.
That's what it's just like.
Honestly, I feel like you're confused. Oh. Yeah,
I think what you're saying hasn't happened yet, and that.
Oh, no.
no.
Don't worry about it. In fact, please forget about that weird part of our conversation. In fact, please know that I will be docking you points if you mention we had a conversation where I mentioned something about your leader. Okay? I will bring up what's going on when it's relevant, but I feel I may be stepping on plans that are important, so bye! And he just, like, teleports off, and he says, God damn it, first it happens with your actual children, now it's happening with this adopted one. And it's like, fuck, Mike's so on, goodbye!
It's one of those things where it's just like, the second he goes, it's like, you could have just wiped the memories.
And he comes back and is like, you're okay with me doing that?
Okay, if there's something I shouldn't know for my own fucking sanity, please.
Okay, so, and he, like, rewinds, and he's like, redoes that whole conversation in a way where you're both talking about what you know about. And he's like, okay, well, good night. Actually, I think it's about time for your shift, so you should probably wake up.
I thought.
Okay. Don't be a stranger. Just freaking wake up.
No, as you say that as you're waking up. Okay, don't be a stranger. And like Alvara's technically the one on watch at the moment, and she just sees you wake up spontaneously as if you have an internal clock.
Let's be honest.
She just kind of looks over. It's like
goddamn military. It's not fucking out there to say that.
I thought that Shadow's nightmare was gonna be Gavilan did a really good job, and everyone was praising him.
It almost seems as though the nightmare he was supposed to have was cut off by divine intervention for a more important message. This message is brought to you by viewers like you.
Hello, PBS.
This is a public service announcement. Do not get divorced as a dragon, because nothing goes well with divorced dragons. 2 deities have been spawned because of dragon divorce.
Second you say that, I'm like, oh boy.
Well, you're not a full dragon.
Well, yeah, I know, but at the same time, it's like...
just try that sometime.
The second to last time a dragon got divorced, we got Apsu. The last time a dragon got divorced, we got the Hawk. Dragons don't get divorced anymore. for the safety of themselves, their children, their future dead ex-wives, and the world.
Probably a good idea.
Yep.
Anyway,
Anyways, then you wake up the next morning, and you get to the manor, and as you get there, you are pulled aside by the head of the household, who is known as Lillian Runemaker. And she takes you off into a room, and she has a small little chest of treasure, and she says, "Ah, yes, this is for you. Thank you for returning Lapis. I do feel like I recognize some of you somewhere. Do you have any relations to the Taldane military or any of its allies?"
Looks over at Matt to see if he could actually say it.
Matt is in this weird state where he's just looking between the two of them, and he's like, you can tell by the look on his face while he's looking at Lillian and Lapis. He's like, "Oh god damn it, I know where this is going, and I don't like it."
It's like, we do have relations with several factions that you have mentioned, yes.
So just to be clear, the man who seems to be way out of his depth is our Empress's husband? And she points at Matt.
Yes.
I will also point out that Lillian looks a lot like Roma, but with longer flowing hair, if that makes any sense. In other words, she looks very similar to Lapis, and Lapis also looks very similar to Praedyth.
And Praedyth looks similar to Roma by proxy of him looking similar to the other two.
No, Roma's appearance is not natural because that's part of Praedyth's MO. All of his subordinates that he actually trusts to do serious work disguise themselves as him. Which is knowledge you're all privy to, by the way.
Yes. Yes. I was like, yeah, why?
I'm just, And she, looks at Matt, a little surprised by the Empress's taste.
Just shrugs. Like, just one of those, what can I say, looks.
So, we're having a little party at the end of the week to welcome my son back into the family, so, why don't you guys stay with us for a while? We don't have too much gold. In fact, I really only have about 300 gold I can spare outside of our normal expenses on food and lodging, so I have plenty of guest rooms and plenty of food to share outside of this gold, so you're welcome to stay here, take a quick break, and enjoy the festivities of the town.
Looks over at Matt, see he's done gawking yet, or
Oh, no, Matt's not been gawking. He's more been like, oh my god, how do I say this without saying it? It's like, that sounds fine. We have our own reasons to be here at the moment anyways. So, we would love to stay here. And Matt just, like, puts his hands to his face and he messages Stiyosha. I was like, holy fucking shit, I'm surprised they offered. I was about to impose, but wow. And then he thinks about it for a second. He's like, oh, please tell me this is not also what I think it is. He's like, I'm gonna go take a look around town for a bit. I'll be back in a second. And Lillian's like, oh, no, please, let me help you settle into your rooms. Well, not me personally. I have my capable butler, my capable butler, Lawrence. He can show you all to your rooms, and I need to have a conversation with my daughter about randomly running off into the middle of the forest to be rescued by important and meaningful strangers.
It's definitely one of those things where it's just like looks over at Matt, gives him that. I completely agree with you with what you just sent me. Also, I'm not sure how I feel about this.
And, you know, you
It
guys.
definitely has that. I feel a trap incoming.
And, you know, you
Perhaps
guys are
Admiral
given
Akbar.
some time to settle into your rooms, and more importantly, you are given some time to take a break because Silence Company time. We'll be right back. So, we're back. And, before, I don't think I actually got an answer. So, before you guys head to the manor, are any of you going to talk about a weird nightmare you had?
I mean, I sure will.
Nah.
I don't know why I sounded southern
Nah.
for a second. Jesus Christ.
You were just yelling at your cat again. You down? You down?
Matt, we don't talk
Anyway.
about that.
Look,
Shut the
you
fuck
and your
up.
diamond buddy just share an accent. That's all.
Shut up. I only sound
Anyways.
southern when I'm yelling at my cat.
I know.
And it's still funny that you didn't believe I was southern until you heard it.
You're not southern. You're from, if your name had if the state you're from had an A in front of it, you'd be southern. But it lacks 2 letters, so you're just a Midwest.
You're just a Yankee.
Yep.
Well, technically,
You know, that reminds me of a joke, Keat. Ah, yes, the man from Boston fits pretty well in the South. They both have thick, heavy accents, like to have, nice big parties and, dinners with each other, are neighborly, and hate the Yankees.
That's correct, and they also sided with us in the Confederacy. Oh, there is a salamander in my floor. That's cool. I'm going to try and save it before the cats kill it.
Ah, yes. By the way, another fun fact, Keat, do you know why salamanders used to get a moniker of being a creature of fire?
Because they burst into flames?
No, because they'd fall asleep in firewood piles.
Come on, buddy.
So, you would throw a piece of firewood into the fire, and a salamander would run out of it because it was asleep on the piece of firewood. And you just tossed it into a fire, you monster.
Come on.
So, yeah.
We get to listen to Keith trying to help us out.
The poor thing's covered in lint. Wonder where it came from.
Well, Keat, lint comes from your dryer.
This thing's on the first floor.
Yeah, well, it turns out if you hand wash and air dry your clothing, you don't get lint in your pocket.
Poor little guy. Hope he's okay.
Remember, people, don't burn
He's covered in
salamanders
lint, I'm sure he's
alive.
fine.
That's barbaric.
I agree with this statement.
Of course you would, you racist.
How is me wanting to help salamanders racist?
Because they are fire creatures, Carl. They're born from it. Raised by it. That's
Well,
a joke.
I'm sorry.
I'm like, I don't know if I should just shut the fuck up or
I'm
actually
born and
go off
raised
on
from the
you
flames
like
of
I'm
hell. I'm
offended.
sorry I'm born this way. God damn you.
No, Carl, the joke here is that I just told you the actual truth, which is people thought they were born from flames because they throw sleeping salamanders that are sleeping in a log of firewood into the fire.
Mhm.
And they'd run out because, what the fuck? Why is my house on fire? So people thought, that particular type of lizard always seems to appear when we create fires. They must be fire dragons.
The fire dragon, catch fire dragon. No,
Yeah.
hug fire dragon.
God.
Also, I
This
would
is-
like
this
to
has
point
gone way
out...
off track.
Yes, it has gone way off track. Anyways, so you wanted to talk about your nightmare, Alvaro? Who are you talking with about your nightmare with?
I mean, the only person who'd probably ask what the fuck happened.
Well, shout out, sir.
Shadow raising his hand in the back of the class.
Very much. That's literally how I was in school. I didn't blurt anything out, and the teachers liked me for it.
Nerd! I blurted shit out all the time, and teachers had to respect me because I was right.
I was
Yeah.
wrong, but I made them believe me.
I mean, okay. You know what? I'll tell this story. This is too hilarious not to pass up.
Real quick. Make it
Oh
real
my
quick.
god, we get to see the salamander.
I am from just about, I don't know, maybe 20 miles away from where the Hoover Dam was as a child. So, once upon a time, I was in a U.S. history course in high school. And the teacher's like, oh, the Hoover Dam is in Colorado. That is incredibly wrong. It's on the Colorado River in between the border
It's
of
literally
Arizona and Nevada.
Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's close to Las Vegas. And
Did someone not play New Vegas?
So, Keith, I'm like, yeah, no, that's on the border of Arizona and Nevada near Las Vegas. It's like, no, that's not true. And I'm like, yeah, it is. I've seen it as a child. I used to live like 20 miles from it. So the next day, she says, now everyone knows that the Hoover Dam is on the border of Arizona and Nevada. I'm like, not you yesterday. And I got sent to the principal's office. But due to a previous complaint I had with the principal just sent me right back. I could not get in trouble in my freshman year of high school to save anyone's life. Because the principal saw me and is like, I am not getting paid enough to deal with this kid who is too smart for me, and send me back to class every time. My mother actually said something along the lines of, you are too dumb to be managing this child, to her. I mean, she was right. That person should not have been teaching, period. Anyways, story aside. Yeah. Oh, hey, actually, Alvera, how do you bring this up to Shadow without raising a lot of questions?
Oh, God.
Yeah! You're gonna have to keep this one internal, buddy. Because your only alternative is saying, oh, yeah, I almost killed Matt when we met. So, yeah, I think that's...
To be fair, considering she acknowledged that part of the nightmare, I don't think she'd even bring up that part of the nightmare. Just, I died in my nightmare. It's like, I saw some shit, and then I died. And then I woke up in cold sweat.
Do you want to talk about it? As in beyond just that?
I was gonna say I wasn't even saying that in character, but...
I'm imagining that's what you said in character, so...
So, Alvera, yeah, I also was thinking you said that in character, too, because that's about as best you can get. So, what I was thinking, Alvera, is let me just describe the situation you would be in that case. Shadow is a paladin of Apsu. If you say anything more, you are likely risking Matt being told about all of that.
Yeah.
And also everyone else finding out about that.
And
you'd probably be quickly labeled a traitor, if not sent to prison for attempted assassination.
And death.
And, I mean, probably, yeah, probably dead. So, yeah. Well, it's interesting that this person hit you in a weak spot that you aren't so free to talk about. Or whatever that nightmare was caused by. Probably just drank too much. Much like Matt did when he fell unconscious after you drugged him. He just drank too much. You totally didn't drug your future best friend.
God damn it, Matt.
I love how conniving I've been in the past without realizing how much it affects the current part of this campaign. So,
Jesus fuck.
Yeah, we're just going to go past that because the only other person who could say anything about their nightmare is Maple, but Maple is so happy-go-lucky, he sees that as an improvement. So,
oh, Christ.
Now, all that being said, you guys, day one, as far as you are capable of doing, so, day one, you are with Graves, and there is literally, like, 2 people you can talk to. The Butler, Lawrence, and Luna Umbra. So, who you gotta talk to. Volunteer yourselves before I start volunteering
Good
people.
question.
Yes, go ahead, medium name. What's your quick question?
I said good question.
Ah, okay, medium name. Well, since you have volunteered, who do you want to talk to, Luna or Lawrence? Luna is the half-orc wife who apparently talks in nothing but riddles and rhymes. And Lawrence is a butler.
Bad thing about it is if I spoke up any sooner, I probably would have chosen to talk to her, and I would have regretted it immediately.
Honestly, you probably don't want to talk to Lawrence.
It's just a lose-lose situation. Fuck.
You can also decide.
Nah,
not
you
to
know
talk
what?
to
It
anyone.
is. Well, no, you guys are probably all gonna want to talk to one of these people, if not both, before shenanigans of the actual plan today happen. So, Silver, which one do you want to talk to first, Lawrence or Luna?
Oh god, why did it switch to me? Fuck. And you say it was probably a bad idea to talk to the butler, right?
For reasons that you are not aware of, yes.
Oh god, why do I have to talk to her?
I mean, you're gonna talk to both these people. They can be quick conversations, especially
Might
with
as well get
Luna, because
I might as well rip the band-aid off first before.
So, who are you talking to first?
That's why I said I'm gonna rip the band-aid. I'm gonna go for Luna.
Okay, so
I'm gonna die.
I will point out that Lawrence is. I'll have to grab a picture for Lawrence, but I have a picture for Luna. I have because Luna is important, unlike Lawrence. Lawrence is here.
Lawrence just exists.
This is Luna Umbra. I believe I nicknamed the PNG of this character totally not evil.jpg.
I don't know. She looks kind of evil.
Oh, come on. It's Luna. She's a great, whatever she is.
I don't
Well,
know.
you know that's Black Lightning. She must have Conqueror's hockey.
Oh god damn it.
What was that? I was adjusting my headset.
I said, that's Black Lightning. She must have Conqueror's hockey. There are only two people other than me who have the potential to get that reference, and one of them laughed. I consider this an absolute win.
I mean, I got the joke.
Actually,
I
both of them
unfortunately actually
laughed.
got that far.
Yes, you did. Well, you got it to Marineford the first time. But
I got further than that. I got to like New World, I think.
did you get to Dressrosa?
I got to like the poison dude,
Wake.
poison gas dude.
Yeah, I know, Caesar. Anyways, how are you starting your conversation with Luna, Silver? Or do you want to just stay around Luna until she says something to you? Both of these are options. Would you like dealer's choice?
Sure.
Ah, yes, of course.
Oh, should I be concerned?
So, she walks up to you and says, A person's mother out all night long caused their child to worry and throng. Was she okay? Did she lose her way? The child hoped for a safe return at dawn. Doesn't sound like you.
She just kind of blinks a bit. It's like, because she just kind of like stares for a moment, like, you seem to know a little too much there.
There once was a kitsune with tails of red. No man or woman would join her in bed. She chose the wrong side, and soon fate will decide whether or not she turns up dead.
Huh?
Oh,
It's like,
Okay.
that got morbid.
You just got called an incel by a villain.
I think
You-
that
you just
villain
called-
just
you
called
just
you
got
a
called a
virgin
walking
in
corpse by a
limerick
villain.
form.
you just got called a walking corpse by a villain.
I think you just got called a virgin in the limerick format.
That is
That is also true.
Thing is she was so off put by that, I don't even think she caught on to that she just got called a virgin.
Oh no, you would know they just called you a virgin.
God damn it. Who's to say she can't?
Matt
Fuck you.
Just saying the insult.
And she turns to you and she says, "There once was a person so stern, whose face never seemed to fern. To laughter or fun, making others shun. Can't take a joke. Oh well, will you learn?"
She just kind of groans a little bit. It's like, she's just kind of like in pain after that last comment that she doesn't know what the fuck to say.
Somebody breathing into their mic.
Yes,
Oh, shut
it's
up.
Carl.
what about me?
We're
And
getting
she
some
just
breath
turn-
ASMR.
Yeah, and she's just turns to you, and before walks away, she says, "I am a phrase that can make amends, a way to apologize to your friends. When you've caused someone trouble, I come on the double. What am I? My answer extends."
She's got to tilt her head. It's like, what?
And she shakes her head and walks away.
Okay. She just gotta talk to herself like, first I have a nightmare, and then I get openly called a fucking virgin. What else to add on to my day?
You also got told you couldn't take a joke, and you couldn't figure out the answer to a riddle where the answer was, "I'm sorry." So, okie dokie. Who are you gonna
Say she
talk
kept talking
to?
rhymes, Matt.
What?
I said she can't talk in rhymes, Matt. It's not in her vocabulary.
So, you're gonna talk to the butler next?
I mean, it's the only other one.
Yes, it's the only other one. Also, I'm assuming this conversation happened, like, right around the corner of the butler, and you're like, what the fuck was that? You walk around the corner, you see a butler. Let me get an image.
My thing is, if she walked around the corner and saw us, she'd probably just kind of think to herself, "Oh dear God, I hope he did not just hear that whole fucking conversation."
I heard that whole conversation.
God damn it.
1 second. So I did not. This
I'm
photo
gonna
is
say a stupid joke, but I'll say that after this.
this photo is a reference for one of the few things outside of tabletops I've done with my players. So that is show them weird shows. So yes, he does indeed say, I saw everything. I heard the entire conversation. And this is your man. This is keep wanting to say this.
I hate for the fact that you bring up an image that I can literally fucking see the name from. God damn you.
What do you mean you can see the name from?
Because I hear a name, I picture something in my head. That's roughly relatively what I thought. Either that or I see him as fucking goddamn Sebastian from fucking, what is it fucking called? Black Butler?
You know what? You know what? Fine. Hero point quiz number 2 today. Where,
dear God.
and I'm excluding Will from this because he has good memory for this bullshit. Where is this guy from? Outside of Silver, all of you should know the answer to this. It is one of the few shows I have watched subbed with full consent.
Give me a sec. I need to actually bring up.
I mean, I don't even recognize where this guy's from, so I'm not gonna fucking know shit.
Hang on.
It's the character on screen, Will.
Oh.
I don't see it, so.
Is that
Oh,
Wait,
I think that's
I'll
why.
upload it. I'll upload it, Keith, to
Is
the
that- I'm
voice
looking-
chat.
that Hunter x Hunter?
This is not Hunter x Hunter.
Is that
This is-
Pokemon?
Oh,
This-
oh God! This is one of the Yu-Gi-Ohs.
No.
No, is it?
No. Keith. It's a show where the narrator is like overly sarcastic and has literally quit in the middle of an episode.
Oh, it's Bo 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 Bo.
No. It's it's the same narrator voice, but it's a different one of the shows.
I'm unfamiliar with this.
It's
Oh.
no, I've shown this to you. It's the show I've pitched as Japanese Invader Zim.
Yeah.
Sergeant Frog?
Yes, this is the butler from Sergeant Frog. This is the picture
I
I think
didn't-
of.
I didn't know Sergeant Frog had a butler.
Momika.
I don't even know what Sergeant Frog is, so.
It
Yes,
is
it is,
Japanese
bro.
Invader Zim. It is hilarious, but only got like a couple of seasons in the dub. So,
Rip.
but yes, no. As you turn the corner, you're thinking, "Oh God, I hope he didn't hear anything." He's like, "I heard everything." Honestly, I'm surprised you let a comment like that stand. You're the young lady. Where's your pride, your sense of honor? You're just gonna take that from some random half-orc wench? Not that there's anything wrong with being born of a half-orcish descent, but,
I mean, to be fair, I didn't expect that to come up, but at the same time, I feel slightly insulted.
slightly insulted? The person just creatively went out of their way to call you a virgin.
I'm aware of that.
And that's only slightly an insult?
I only say slightly because I'm not exactly that interested, but also still.
You're not interested in defending yourself?
No, she just like groans, like, no, that's not what I was referring to.
Okay, well, what are you referring to?
She like slowly looks over, like, God, you're gonna have me explain.
I have time. I don't have any more important tasks to be doing. Sorry, 1 second. Lawrence, where's the goddamn tea? Like I said, nothing more important to be doing.
So she takes a deep inhale. It's like, I'm referring to the the virgin comment.
Are you ashamed of that comment?
No, not saying I am. I'm saying more so that I'm not interested in going down that route at the moment. So I only say it's a slight insult because I'm not quite that offended.
Huh.
Because then she just kind of blinks and just thinks to herself, like, dear God, I hope you understood and I don't have to elaborate further.
You hear in the wind.
You said no, it's like no, he's like, honestly, it sounds like you grew up with the poor of a mother, but that's not really my place to judge, and he walks off carrying a pot of tea.
She, like, you can just, like, hear a groan down the hall. It's like, oh, God damn it.
And as you say, God damn it, he says, "Come on, dang it."
Wait, what did he say?
Like
He's now
he is
called
like, he said called it, but he's like also 300 feet down the opposite direction in a different room. The guy's sense of hearing is impeccable.
We're out here getting called a fucking virgin and then acknowledging that her mother's a whore again. Smile.
Okay, meme name. Who you talking to first? A weird conqueror hockey orc chick or Butler?
I just realized that's the second villain that's insulted someone by calling them a virgin.
Who was the first?
Nihil.
Who did Nihil call a virgin?
I think it was Seth, and it was the
Really?
fake dream.
Oh, you mean it was freaking Replica?
Replica?
The one that didn't allow Seth to do things.
Oh yeah, it was Replica. Anyways, who are you talking to, Shadow? Butler? Or orc that seems to talk in rhymes and riddles?
I really want to have a riddle off, but I want to do the butler first, so I have time to think of riddles.
As you approach the butler, he like turns in the opposite direction and around the corner like he's avoiding you.
I'm sorry, is Shadow going to do a riddle off? The Paladin's Shadow.
Yes.
I'm down for this. Let's go.
And as you approach Luna, it's, you blink and she's gone, as if she's also avoiding you. Because you're a very proud paladin of Apsu.
It seems like there's evil afoot.
Seems like these people have things to hide from paladins.
But it's also time to choose the mask because his fucking group member just got insulted.
Yeah, but also, it seems like they either were never there and you saw an illusion of them, or they teleported, and are both.
Ow. Fuck.
Yeah, like, you're not just being ghosted, you're being advanced ghosted by these two. Like, literally, you're trying to talk to one of these two in a day, Shadow, and you, like, see the butler watering some hedges, and next thing you know, he jumps on top of them and dashes over the hedge maze. Like, you try and knock on Luna's door, and she opens it, and she's gone. And the door is closed and locked at the same time. You try and ask the butler to bring you some tea, and the tea comes automatically without a butler's assistance. Like, nah, these two are avoiding you in a dramatic and magical fashion.
I am tempted to bring this up to Matt to see if there's a reason why. Like, what kind of shit would that... I'm confused. Do they hate Apsu that much?
That's a good question, and Matt also is off doing things. So, finally, Maple, who do you want to talk to? I will only make you talk to one.
Who's there? Who else isn't? Who's been not talked to?
Oh no, you guys are all just talking to these people throughout day one. So this is Luna, and this is I believe it's William, Lawrence. Keep thinking to myself Willibert, but it's Lawrence.
Willibert.
Willibert, but
Name.
no, it's Lawrence. So meme name. Who do you want to talk to?
I'll talk to Lawrence.
What do you want to talk to Lawrence about?
I don't know, his tax policy.
He looks at you and is like, how do you know I'm not paying my taxes?
Because I smelled the smell of a good man.
I agree.
Avalon
Tax evasion is a
Avalon
moral
shoot.
obligation. Especially when you don't make your money legally. Would you like some tea?
I would love some tea. Do you have any meat tea?
What's a meat tea? You mean like broth?
Indeed.
He looks at himself and he's like, yes, I have broth, but why does a talking, walking plant want to feast on meat?
Because I'm a plant. Do plants eat other plants?
Huh. I mean, people eat
You have
other
a point.
people eat other mammals and other animals, so
Alright, but how many plants eat other plants?
I mean, does a tree outcompeting its fellow trees and starving them count as eating other trees?
No.
Even though they're taking the same the nutrients out of their soil and the sun from
That's
out
parasitism. That's just parasitism.
He's like, so, huh. Moral implications aside, I guess I do owe you for not paying your taxes each year. Anyways, yeah, here's a whole bucket of chicken broth. I'm sure it has no greater purpose. 1 second. And as he says, I'm sure it has no greater purpose, someone's like, where the hell did the chicken broth go for tonight's dinner? Yup, no greater purpose.
Why is this man just wrecking everybody's fucking day right now? First it was the dinner, now it's the fucking... Or first it was the tea, now it's the fucking dinner. God damn it.
Honestly,
Next thing you know, we're gonna have to chew on our shoes.
Honestly, you sort of start asking yourself the question of who the fuck hired this man as a butler?
Or was he ever hired at all? The X-Files music.
Anyways, I think our last break was like at 7:49, so and Will is having some problems with his cat, so we'll take our final break for tonight. And we'll,
he's fine.
Also, I sort of need a second one because think, plan, plot. We'll be right back.
Are
So,
you okay, Carl?
Carl is
Nah.
dying from laughter. And
Yes, these guys constantly try to kill me. Please
so
help.
I'm gonna trip to my death at a Denny's.
We're
Pete,
skipping
we're
over that.
live.
Anyways.
Oh,
I hate everything today.
Okay, so the next day comes around, and you guys, last thing we're doing today, because I'll add in what it was originally going to be the final bit here, into the session on the 16th. But I'm going to ask you guys to make me some checks to discover some rumors that are going on around the town.
Oh boy,
Okay.
what are we rolling?
What kind of fun
Another,
can we roll?
so some other interesting facts you found before going out on the town with Matt on his request is that Lapis has some weird magical aura around them, probably some sorcerer blood or whatever. You don't know. Anyways, she also has a lot of fun training with crossbows. So, yep.
Hmm.
So, I'm looking for diplomacy checks, and I'm seeing
I
no
was waiting for you to
diplomacy.
say which one it was.
That, I believe, is a hero point.
That, I believe, is a natural... Jesus. A natural 2 and a
Natural
natural
3.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, these rumors... Like, there's like 6 of these mother effing rumors. And, there's like 4 of you. So, diplomacy checks, please. And if you got a 2 or a 3, please re-roll, because statistically speaking, you can do better on all but, like, 1 or 2 rolls. There we go. Diplomacy checks.
Let me roll.
IMC. Yep. Okie dokie.
There you go.
Alvera and Shadow
Hell
are
yeah.
carrying the weight of you guys. So, couple of weird rumors. One, it appears as though the cult of Nihil, which has not been in the public eye much if at all in Taldor, seems to start getting some attention. You hear tales of a group of other mercenaries called the Order of the Lightless Nova. Shadow, you hear rumors that sound like your brother is in town and leading a cult of Dahak in the area. And a lot of people are telling rumors about how Sven and his wife are like heroes, and there's a mixture of people saying, "Oh, they're heroes." Oh, it's horrible what happened to those two when they were young, and a third sect that was like, "I think they're in charge. I think they're involved in everything going wrong with these various cults." So they got 3 ranges of good people. Oh, it's a shame what happened to them. Monsters. And finally, finally, you hear one last rumor of how, I guess, how would I put this to you? There's rumors amongst the peasants that they need to leave town on Saturday in the morning. There are rumors basically that one of these cults that is forming in the area is going to try and take out everyone who remains in this area.
Oh boy.
And, so I just realized I still have way too much runtime, meaning I need to go get something very quickly. So, we're gonna take another quick break because I fucked up. We'll be right back.
his domains in the sky. It's like not
Nah,
helping.
nah. It's literally like Bree or some deity that actually does know what a quantum supercomputer is, and you're blowing their cover, asshole. Yeah, we're live again. We're live again.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, I felt we needed to get back to it. Anyways, so
I'm yell in a public library.
you monster! There are children trying to read books that aren't good for them. Like
There are no children in a public library.
Okay.
I hate this.
That's a hot take, Matt.
Honestly, it does depend upon how nice the library is and where it's located.
That is true.
Because, Keith, listen to me. The downtown St. Louis Library has a recording studio.
Our library doesn't have anyone go at it.
Except for fogies. Anyways, at the end of your journey, you meet up with Matt at a bar/inn known as the Midnight Message. Or, sorry, Midnight Confession. The ambiance of this bar include near pitch black darkness, only only lit up by candles. These candles actually take on the shape of stars for the most part. In fact, if you were to look up amongst the ceiling of the inn, you would see constellations flashing in and out of the pattern above.
Oh, interesting.
And in the corner, you see a man waving you over, and Matt turns to all of you and is like, so, you know what? Here's a fun game. Let's play the, which one of you had a bet that, that Lapis person and I are related, because if you did, I will give you $2 or 2 gold. Because, you're right.
Kind of figured, but at the same time, I wasn't going to take that bet because why would I want to take your gold when I have ching ching ching?
Also, why would you gamble? Isn't that illegal?
I'm not sure if it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, considering we do that all the time. Like, for instance, me and Gavalon have a bet to see which one of us will die first. At this point, it's looking a lot like it's not gonna be Gavalon. I'll explain that in a second.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, well, Tengu live longer lives than humans.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, that would.
Also, Gavalon has a tendency to not fight on the front lines of battles. And I have the opposite tendency. Statistically speaking, it's I made a horrible bet. I also agreed on odds where if he wins, he gets more money because I thought I made a great bet. Not important. What is important?
2020.
Hindsight 2020. Also, Alvera, I need you to be on your best behavior.
She's literally just there, very, very quiet. You already can tell.
You might be asked. No, he's not quite visible as Praedyth yet, the man in the corner. So, Matt says, you might ask why I'm calling out Alvera in particular. Well, Alvera, can you promise me that you will try your best to not light the entire building on fire upon finding out who we're meeting with?
I mean, I guess I just can't quite guarantee.
I'm gonna need some guarantees, Alvera. You're a professional and a friend of mine.
Fine.
Cool. Anyways, let's go over. And you all go over, you sit down at the corner table with the mysterious patron, and he takes that off his hood, and it's Praedyth. Da da da.
And
Just
you
look
can
at him.
immediately see it on her
Why am I
face.
not surprised you're here?
I heard you've been hearing some rumors around town, but I also figure you have more important questions, such as, what am I doing here? And why am I not getting involved? Or maybe, why am I seeing one of my children every so frequently, and why is the other one completely abandoned?
Yeah, that'd probably be a question for him to ask, pointing at Matt. I do have a question about at least one of the rumors I heard, though. I think yours is a little bit more important, Matt. So, do you wish to ask?
I don't want to delve into my own issues, but yeah, I'm sort of curious why you're around Lapis and not me. And Prada's like, well, um, the difference is one of you, has a mother who I am constantly in touch with because they know how to convict me on several crimes. And will use said information. Technically, both of your mothers could do that, but only one of you is threatening to do. Only one of them is threatening to do that. Also, like, legitimately wouldn't have abandoned you if God's, weird tattoo arm, family history aside. I sort of need to ask you all a favor when it comes to that, though. But your other questions are more important at the moment, I'm sure. Also, Keat just screamed earlier on the live stream, book.
I meant to say boo.
It's even funnier that you screamed book. Anyways, regardless, there are other questions I'm certain you all have.
Just looking at the rest of the group, seeing if they have any questions before I ask mine, because mine might need.
Elvira is very visibly angry. That's all you see from her.
And Prada just looks at it, was like, and looks back at Matt and was like, I thought you said she'd be professional about this, Matt. And Matt's like, I thought she said she would.
Look.
The disappointment in his voice is immeasurable by the various deities that determine how people are highly disappointed in their comrades and allies.
His day is ruined, and his disappointment is immeasurable.
You were my sister, Elvira. You were supposed to forgive, not stab everyone in the tavern.
You are the chosen
Excuse me, what? I'm just saying this out of character. It's like, well, I'm sorry that when it comes to you telling me not to get worked up, I'm gonna get worked up when I see somebody I don't want to see right now.
Matt looks at her, is like, yeah, I know you don't want to see him, but like, the alternative is all of us could die. Unfortunately, Alvira, you see that man
just,
right there?
She could just like look at him. She could just like look at him. It's like, and yet I couldn't have been excluded from seeing this.
And Matt looks at you and he says, you being here is actually critical in the in all of this working. So yeah, unfortunately, I could not exclude you from this. But Alvera, you look at that man, and Matt like thrust his finger out at Praedyth. That is unfortunately our only option to make it out of this entire shit show with at least most of us alive.
So she just kind of looks at him, just kind of like gives like a squinted stare. It's like,
And Praedyth just shakes his head and is like, look, once again, I'm sorry for what happened to you, Alvaro, but fortunately we have some greater, more important, more devastating details to talk about. I'm certain that some of you have run into Sven Runemaker, and most of you have run into his wife Luna Umbra. So, some of you might have heard Sven's sob story of Luna and him growing up enslaved, and Luna's weird use of rhymes and riddles being a defense mechanism. In truth, that is the only way that Luna knows how to not be obvious about her intentions.
So you just kind of hear Alvera kind of like talk to herself a moment about that. It's like, yeah, she called me a virgin earlier.
I'm honestly gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a horrible insult. I mean, a person saving themselves for someone truly special. Honestly, that sounds nice, and something I wish I would have done. Pradith says. Surprisingly, Pradith is, like an onion. He has layers.
And every
Anyways.
time
Alvera just kind of blinks. It's like, I did not want to know that.
No, that was out of character as the GM me saying. Pradith is like onions, he has layers. No, all Pradith said
and I'm
in
saying
character,
this out of character. I didn't want to know that.
all Pradith said in character was, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Alvera. In fact, that seems like a more noble path than I took.
I mean, then again, even if she didn't want to be one, she can't quite do shit. Because, you know, pew pew.
It takes two people to make something like that happen. I understand. You're
Also,
socially
she's
awkward.
made of fire.
Wait, was that in character, out of character?
So
I'm not there.
the magma keat is that weird quantum state where it only burns you if you're not supposed to be touching it.
It only burns you if it's funny.
Yeah, it only burns you if it's funny. It's a defense mechanism. It only burns you if you're not supposed to be touching it. Anyways, Pravis says, in all honesty, I think you've run into the two before, but, well, at least one of them. And Pradith takes out a, weird-looking cigar, and he says, the cigars are complimentary in this place. It's, a special herb said to come from the Red Star, one of our neighboring planets. And he lights it up, and he takes in a puff, and he says, okay, look, does the name Fear Incarnate sound familiar to any of you?
I tense up at that.
Alvera guy gets like a funny look on her face, too.
What about the worm god you encountered or the conqueror worm you encountered in Natumbu?
Yep. That's also familiar.
It sounds odd, but I should be thanking that conqueror worm, because it ended up being the thing that allowed me to get free. Years of control and torment, knowing all the things that have been going on without being able to say much of a word, if even able to interact. Damn it, there are things I want to protect in this place. Don't get me wrong, I'm a monster, I'm a thief, and I've killed people. But I'll protect what's mine when I given the opportunity. In this town, it's not my home. It's not much other than my home, but I want to try and protect it. However, I know Lillian. I know how much she's missed that boy. And, well, with the sudden reappearance... With the sudden reappearance of not only the boy, but his corrupted father. And he takes another, drag on the cigar, and he says, she's in a bad spot. More importantly, the young man seems to be targeting Lapis as well. Specifically targeting her. The deal with the Conqueror Worm it seems to be centered on something to do with this place. We have two ways of getting past all that's going on here. The first is we find a way to convince some higher authority of what Sven's done. Legally speaking, we need evidence, affidavits. We need proof of what he's planning. And we don't have too much time to do it. I know about that little gift given to you by the gods. What is it? The Endless Hourglass? I'm afraid that with the influences going on around here, you're not going to get to use that. It's not the god so much telling you can't use it, and more of the fact that fate around this area is too changing, too shifting. And, well, while you all would be able to tell the day has repeated itself, so too would Sven and Luna and me. Unfortunately, if they catch on to it, they'll skip any plans. They'll rush to action. We have 5 days beyond this point. No, it's Tuesday. We have 4 days to figure out what's going on, find a solution, and get a higher power involved. Or, alternatively, we need to find out what the deal Sven made with the Conqueror Worm was. I have been spreading rumors throughout the town, but I have a particular knack for being able to spread rumors and find truth in them. So, I have found 2 things. One, Nihil's cult has been making a reappearance in this nation of Taldor. They seem to be enfervored by a reappearance of something, someone. 2, there is a cult of Dahak in ruins outside of this area, not too far from here. The last time they were explored was by Pathfinders, and well, let's just say you're probably going to find some Pathfinder coins in the area. If you don't know what those are, that's probably for the best. 3, I have found ties to the former slaver of those 2. I say former slaver because it's likely all a load of bullshit. 4, I have found out one thing. One crucial detail. That whatever Sven made a deal with that Conqueror Worm for, the price he has to pay is erasing something. Trying to get rid of something. I don't know if it's a particular member of his family, all of his family, any trace of who he is. Potential answers are so many, so varied. And while I'd like to be here, try and find out, kick ass, take names aside with you, by your side, it's complicated. Unfortunately, I have to put my trust into you. Because while there's a tragedy going on here, there's a potentially world-ending tragedy going on somewhere else. And I'm needed there. So, I ask you, don't let this town die. Don't let Lapis die. Hate me, love me, do whatever you want, but Lapis is innocent. She was born, much like your leader, with a bastard father who's no good. And I hope you don't force her into a bad spot because of that. Pressure makes diamonds, but that girl isn't quite like that stubborn-ass fool you have as a leader. She's been born with at least someone in her life. So, please, do what you can to keep them safe. And if you can only save the town and Lapis, that's enough. I have friends, loved ones, lovers, and even a mentor in that manner, but I can only ask for so much. especially when you're facing forces such as what I'm asking you to face. I tell you to take Lapis and run, but that won't be enough anymore. You're gonna have to find the truth. You're gonna have to save what you can with the truth. This is the only hope that we all have. Now, I, uh, I, I have already talked with Matt about one thing. That is who is going to be looking over Lapis. It's the job with likely either the highest or the lowest rate of mortality on this mission. The kid's stubborn enough that he refuses to let any of you take it. And I think that's for the best. Do you have any questions?
So, I have one pertaining to one of the rumors that you've confirmed. If you want the humor.
Your brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's in the area, but I don't think you'll have too many, if any, run-ins with the guy. Your brother's found allies like you have. Allies of a less good aligned mentality. It's interesting to see two people born in the same house go down such drastic routes, but that's sort of the key takeaway in life. Doesn't necessarily matter where you come from, whether you got good parents, bad parents. I mean, you find heroes in all shapes and sizes. You find monsters in all shapes and sizes. Sometimes a kid born of monstrous blood becomes a hero, and sometimes the kid born from heroes becomes the monster. No one's path in life is certain. While some are defined by the destiny they carry, many others are defined by what destiny they carve for themselves. I have a huge amount of respect for you all. And I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Some more than others. And some I owe many other debts to. As such, I want to help you where I can. Like I said, there is another tragedy about to unfold itself halfway around the world, and I need to be there to try and have any semblance of stopping it. I am more than willing to answer any more questions you might have about any of this I've been saying. This is the first time in years I've been able to shake off every part of what was done to me. Any questions you have for me? This might be the last time I see all of you. I might die in my journey, you might die in yours. Any questions, any regrets you have? Anything you need to know? Now's the time. I believe you guys might be able to make it out of this alive, but you gotta try. You gotta put your effort into it. Same with me. But in order to make sure you don't have any regrets, ask away.
Zebra just kind of like remains quiet and just kind of like slumped down in her chair a little bit.
Hey, Gurkfall, I know you don't get to do too much during these sessions. Can you make me a lore check?
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, because with you, I do like to know the... Oh, jeez, that is near max roll. Oh, wow. It's this story. It's this story. Yep, Gurkfall,
What?
So, this is a story you remember being told quite well. This moment in particular is like the complete opposite of what was going on in the story you were being told. I.e., there's some shenanigans going on at this point in time. In other words, Gurkfall, like, there's something influencing what is going on at this point in time. Praedyth shouldn't be this. He shouldn't be this much of a mouthful in this conversation. In fact, this conversation shouldn't be happening today, but tomorrow. Even more importantly, there's several things he's saying that seem like red flags. There seems to be influence going on here.
Well, Gurkwall it says nothing because he can't. You shouldn't say anything.
I mean, so there is a little phrase you do have, remember?
What phrase? What are you talking about?
There is. You remember a few sessions ago. Matt's like, I know you can't say much of anything, but if there's a moment you really need us to get locked in for, tell me it's on the wind, and like I won't ask any questions.
It wasn't on the wind.
It's something. It's like maybe like the wind of fate is blowing awkwardly or something weird like that.
Oh, the wind of change, maybe.
Yeah, the wind of change is blowing. Maybe that was it?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but it's probably the.
Even then, probably not the greatest time for it, but it's one of these weird moments, Gurkfall, where typically your face is stone because you've heard these stories. And then, like, while this is being said, it's one of those things where even you have trouble keeping your poker face. Because, like, the amount of things that have been changed are ridiculous. Like, astronomically ridiculous. Either fate has been changed so drastically by you and one other person merely existing where they shouldn't, or someone has been telling you a lot of bullshit about this story. Which also implies a lot of shit. And honestly, Gurkfall, roll me another lore check. So, honestly, Gurkfall, it actually more seems like there are things you're not being told by him in the future about these incidents. And honestly, this is probably one of those moments where you did come back to see the truth behind everything. You're a student of history, after all.
No, he isn't.
You get the reference, Will.
Yeah, I get it.
Anyways, floor is open to Praedyth for any and all questions. As your GM, I would recommend you ask anything you need to know.
Nothing really comes to mind.
That's the issue. It's like, what the hell is there to say?
In this moment, Praedyth has told you all he knows about the situation. He's not saying to ask questions about the situation. He's asking you to make sure whatever you want to say to a man like him is said now, lest you forget it.
I would probably go ahead and since
it was brought up last night. I will go ahead and just quietly ask Prated if he would want to have Lapis know about him from him or from me, because word from on high is asking me to.
And, you know, Pranith is also basically saying, like, there is no closed door here, right? So he's not letting you
Yeah.
take him aside or anything. He just.
No. He just leans over just so like the rest of the group can hear, but like no one else in the bar can.
Well, yeah, there's a nice little
'Cause I'm
thing
not-
about this bar. Why don't you make me a magic skill related check?
Oh, I think I know what it is. Is it silenced booth?
It's not so much a silenced booth, but I need a check,
Oh, wait.
buddy.
Arcana?
Religion, whatever
Oh, okay.
magical or crafting even.
Okay. Well, magic or both religion and crafting are the same thing, so.
So, yeah, that's enough. It's so a 26 is a good DC for a thing like this because the average peasant is astonished by this, but for a rather experienced adventurer, stuff like this is really a parlor trick. So this bar has this weird thing where you can be as loud and as rowdy as you want, but only your table will hear what is being said. Because you might notice every table is marked with, like, this table is marked the red star. There are random foods and whatnot that are said to be, like, from the red star. Like, recipes. Not so much food, but recipes from the red star. And each, like, there is basically, like, 20 cigars from a particular plant on that place that are so commonly traded and sold throughout the world. You can find one in almost any major settlement for like a gold. They're expensive, but they're complimentary because, you know, this place has a fee up front to get in too. So it's like a gold for entrance fee. And then food and whatnot is, if you take anything, it's another 2 gold for a cigar. It's like X amount of gold for whatever amount of food, right? And Praedyth is paying your bill for all of this. Like, imagine this as a sort of, like, a lot of us are going to die doing this shit, so let's make sure we're good.
Yeah. I'm just imagining, like, a thing in the middle of the table just full of Cubans.
Yeah, it's basically that, but, but as you tell Praedyth this, Praedyth, like, takes another drag, and he looks at you and is like, she knows. She pretends not to, but she knows. It's hard not to figure something like that out. At the end of the day, the kid has some respect for me, and I never tried to encourage that. You do notice she's got daggers, playing around with crossbows.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's probably for the best. If any of you are going to get her out of this situation, it might be at your own life. She might be on her own, and it'll be hard for any of us to find her if she is. So, she's got the skills to take care of herself. Unfortunately, that's about the best we can do if something like that happens. So, let her keep that sense of innocence. She knows what I've done.
Okay. Just check.
Now, no one's been able to legally prove it, but everyone knows. Don't hold anything back. This is, you know, even if it's not a question of me, ask each other questions. Honesty at this moment is all you can hope for. You gotta put to bed your worries and doubts about the situation. This might be your last chance to get what you have to say about each other off your chest. Just a quick refresher of one of the things Praetor has said for all of you. Either the highest or lowest mortality rate is looking after Lapis. Matt is insisting he does that.
Okay.
Highest or lowest, or highest and lowest?
Highest or lowest, because it's either Lapis is not involved, which is why she was told to run. Like, because Sven is giving them mercy, even potentially in this situation. Or highest, because she is, like, target numero uno.
Matt will be fine. The expected value evens out. He'll just be maimed horribly.
Matt sort of looks at you and is like, I don't know if that's supposed to be like you try to comfort me, but I've come to terms with both possibilities. But to put it as Bradith did, Lapis isn't like me. She's gonna lose a lot if this goes bad. And well, honestly, it's gonna be a tough life for her, but I'd be devastated to see that life be extinguished.
What exactly are you trying to guilt trip us into doing?
I'm not trying to guilt trip you all into doing anything.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really gotta know, just if I end up dead, tell Aurora that I'm sorry I couldn't make it back.
I'm gonna guilt trip the adventurers.
No. Are you asking Pradith what you're trying to guilt? Because you're asking Matt, right, Maple?
Yeah, because he's the one moping, right?
Matt is not so much moping. He just has too much sympathy for Lapis's state of being. Like, I guess a good way of putting this is, fucking roll an insight check. Or as it is in this system, perception checks or deception if you have lied to me.
They had an insight, like an actual insight check.
They used
Well,
to have that in
3.5,
5e.
yes.
Well, 3.5
5e always,
has sense mode, or Pathfinder First Edition has sense motive, but in Pathfinder Second Edition, sense motive and perception have been combined into one skill, and you get automatic training in it regardless of what you are playing. Which
That's
will
pretty
help.
good.
Yeah, that's like will also everyone getting trained in perception, full training in perception. Thoughts? Good, bad move. Like
Wait,
from
That was
a
what?
a good point, that
from
last one.
a
So good,
game
38.
design standpoint, will Pathfinder 2E's decision to make perception base and fully train for everyone?
That was a good decision.
Yes. Yes, I 100% agree. And rogues are still better at finding stuff because Trap Finder is amazing.
Yeah.
Anyways, so, Maple, oh, Jesus Christ. This man has issues. And, chief amongst them is the fact that this feels like it's a Matt, like, being stubborn and basically saying, I'd rather die than let someone innocent suffer because of, you know, these assholes. Or a more apt way of putting this is Matt's mentor taught him many good lessons and one bad lesson. This person is somewhat overly self-sacrificing for the people he cares about. At least that's what you're getting from it. And I'm going to be honest with you, Maple. You've rolled well enough to even feel like that might be only the tip of the iceberg of what's going on here.
Hmm. I'm
There
gonna
are
ask.
still some people with lie to me checks that could make something here. I mean, Gurkfall doesn't really need to make any checks. He knows what's going on. But, Alvera, you can make a deception check. Yeah, no, Maple's got the best one so far. Shadow, it, this seems so out of character for Matt. Like, it's totally not like he has a endless diatribe of, you know, self-sacrificing for the people in his life. Totally out of character.
I immediately started thinking that. It's like, wait a minute, no, there's the whole situation with him taking off freaking Kobold Land.
You would immediately start thinking that because you critically failed.
Yeah, it's like I would start thinking that. I'm like, no, that's stupid. He went after Alexstrasza for that shit. What the fuck am I thinking? Okay,
Well,
I need to stop thinking. My brain is hurting.
And Alvera, so fun fact, Maple crit succeeded because Maple is just, he's a cleric. Alvera has gotten a success, and Shadow has critically failed. So what Alvera gets from the success is,
Wait, hang on.
hey,
How's it a crit fail? Is it exactly DC 29?
it is exactly DC 29, and the reason why Maple
Okay.
has an edge here is because
He's
Matt
therapist.
Matt has a bit more of a loose guard on what Maple can and can't tell about him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I was like, wait a minute, hang on. If I critically failed and Alvera succeeded, it had to be exactly 29. Is it? Like, okay, double checking that.
So, Alvera, what you get from a success is that, oddly enough, everything going on, it seems like he's trying to get himself killed. For some reason. There's probably a greater meaning behind all of this, but you know, it's that scene from ASDF movie with the muffin. I wanna die. You know. Do context in mind. You know, little powwow before the end of days, whatever. This is still a weird conversation. And Matt still has a lot of questions. He's probably triggered with all of this. And Pradith is telling you, now's the time, get it out.
Nova's still very much quiet. Even though it does look like her mind is very much tangled up in multiple different knots. You can see it written on her face.
What about you, Shadow?
His brain hurts after. Oh.
And actually, so as you, why don't you try and make me make me a religion check, Carl.
Natural 3.
The DC is a 33. You want to try that again?
I can always fail higher.
Okay.
I failed higher.
So the crit failure from this particular DC, Carl, is now you are convinced that Matt just wants to get himself killed for some reason. Which is weird. Don't get me wrong, it's not like the guy's afraid of dying, but he's not suicidal most days.
Yeah.
Especially when people are counting on him.
Yeah. Just freaking just takes a moment, takes a deep breath, looks over at Matt and says, "Why does it sound like you're trying to commit suicide?"
Matt looks at you puzzles like, where's that coming from?
Look, I know that you go out your way to try to save people alive, but you seem to be doing that a lot recently. A little too much to a lot of our liking.
I
It
mean,
gives
yeah.
off it gives off a vibe of I don't care about my life, and that is like first step towards thinking about suicide. Why are you doing this? Like puts his head back in his hands. This is all so much to absorb.
And Matt just sighs and he says, because you're all too dependent upon me. I appreciate it. You are family. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to get myself killed. But I'm sacrificing myself at every opportunity because I feel like I need to. It might hurt for me to say this, but sometimes I'm worried that if I'm not around, things will fall apart. There's order, there's structure. I've done everything I can, but oh, Matt's gone missing. Let's go save him. Oh, Matt's, having a troubled time. There's a difference in those moments. A lot of you go out of your way to talk to me, and I appreciate that, but very frequently, it's a lot of the burden the leader carries to look after those beneath him. It gets lonely at times. I try and do what I can to make sure that even if only for a few more days, I know things will last. Suicidal moves, reckless moves, sometimes even going after foes I shouldn't. I look around at the friends I've made, the allies I've made. I just worry that if I'm not at my all, if I don't do my best, I don't constantly strive for better, it'll all be taken away from me. I'll just up and leave. So I've been more reckless recently. But in those moments, when you feel it's all or nothing, it's really all you can do. And looking at Lapis, her situation, it's not just oh, I'm worried that my flesh and blood will die. Oh, I'm worried this innocent will be harmed. It's knowing that this is different. It's odd. I have many reasons I could be doing this, but none of them feel true. Just I'm just doing this because it's one of those things that feels too natural. Not like fate taking the wheel or some divine force guiding me towards a destiny. It feels like it just feels effortless to make these decisions. especially with Lapis. I'm not sure why. So that's why I'm deciding to do it. Because something this effortless has meaning to it. There's got to be a reason it feels this way. So, come hell, high water, or both, know that I tried. Know that I wouldn't change a thing about what's been going on. Also, most importantly, Gavilan is my number 2 for a reason. He and I may clash on an ideological level, but he's one of the few people I trust to keep you just as safe as I can. So listen to him. Do what he tells you to. Right? If you, as long as it doesn't go too far.
Alvaro just
Go ahead.
Alvaro just kind of like sits up a bit in her chair and just like rests her arms on the table. Just kind of sits there quiet for a minute before she just quietly says, "I'm sorry."
What are you apologizing for?
I'm just saying sorry to pretty much everybody, really. I'm just mainly saying sorry to myself, rather.
I think in moments like these, it's important to look towards a brighter tomorrow. Hope for the best, but we need to know the worst may be coming.
Well, even then, I want to attempt to make something different today, at least. And she kind of like pulls her attention towards Freyth and just like pretty much raises her hand out. And she's kind of like, she pretty much kind of like sits there to wait for a response from him.
And Pradith sort of, reaches his hand out back, but is not quite sure what you're planning here.
So she kind of blinks for a moment. It's like, I'm willing to let go what I've felt for the last while now. If you're willing enough to do any of this, talking to us then, at this moment. I'm willing to make amends for that in response.
And Prada says, I'm not asking for you to forgive me, Lavera. I've done horrible things. To you, and your family in particular. I understand such hatred. I understand such anger. My biggest sense of shame in what happened to you is that it's what happened to me too. I was told growing up all the time my mother was a hero, but where did that leave me? In someone else's house. Died from childbirth, they said. People said she had a great sense of will, force of will, sense of justice. How she was so happy to see me, and when biting the bullet was laughing and apologizing for not being there for me. so many good stories told about the people in your life, and you feel a part of you ripped out when you're not around them. And what did I do? I left my children behind. I took away people's parents. For years, all I could say is I'm a monster, I'm not a good man, and do nothing about it. When I started off as a thief, I started off stealing things and purposefully getting caught because those things I stole were evidence. Some people called me an informant, some people called me a snitch, but I just thought I was doing what I could to help put away worse criminals. Then one day, bit off more than I could chew, found out the truth, and was forced into hell because of it. I don't expect forgiveness for what I've done. And I appreciate the sentiment. But I only want you to bury the hatchet if you're completely willing to. My son is no more of a victim of what I've done than anyone else, but he's far less of a victim of what I've done than you are.
I mean, even then, what you've done back then that affected me, I've. It wasn't entirely your fault for the matter. I mean, come to be that I learned the information from somebody I honestly shouldn't have trusted to even ask those sort of questions to. And then finally having to go to somebody else to learn the entirety of it. I can't exactly argue. But even then, I can't. I'll put it this way. I have many more apologies I need to consider. But I at least want to get one of them out of the way now. Before it's too late, essentially.
And right at being about halfway through the cigar, seeing, this whole thing, this conversation with you in particular, he puts it out. These things are pretty expensive, and such an act is more of a sign of gratitude. It's, I guess, a good way of saying this. It's something, you saying something like that to Praetor Talvera is one of those moments that could make someone put down a bottle in the middle of a night where they just can't stop.
Mm-hmm.
It means a lot to him, and he basically was trying to say, don't feel like you need to do it, and you still said you wanted to, bury the hatchet. This is one of those moments where he's a bit hopeful. He's done a lot of bad things, but maybe he's not too far gone. He put a smile on his face, and he thanks you. And,
I'm heading out now, y'all.
Yep, good night.
Uh,
Matt, looks at you over and he's like, what do you mean you've got many more apologies?
Well, she kind of just like looks over. It's like, it's like what you said, and I honestly should have listened. That I need to apologize to somebody who had been a part of my life that I decided to shut out. And I need to do that sooner or later. But in terms like this, it's better for it to be sooner now.
And, you know, Matt looks at all of you and he says, I have one final thing I need to tell you. And he, you know, looks around and he says, Alex Straza told me once upon a time that she had a dream at one point in her life. It was so vivid, so real. She knew it was going to happen one day. She told me that in that letter that she left me, that I only got after she died. I've also had a dream like that. And this town, that manor, and the distance between that is where it took place. I am confident in the decisions I've made. But if if that dream is anything like Alex Strauss's, then I want to apologize for not being able to finish this journey with you. Because I feel my time is soon. I ask you keep going, keep your chin up, keep strong. You got a world to save. Whether I'm around to do it, it's not important.
So Alvaro kind of turns and like pretty much like taps her hand on your shoulder. It's like, well, even no matter how long this goes, who's in it, who's left afterwards, at least we're all doing this together for the most part.
And he shakes his head and says, I think you misinterpreted what I'm saying, Alvaro. When I mean my time is soon, I mean days. I saw my ruination in a forest. The manor behind it I saw was that manor. Saw me running, getting cut down, and laughing when it happened. This is my fate. I came to terms with it, but never knew it'd be so soon. It's possible come Sunday, I'm gone. And if that happens, I'm glad to have been here. But don't don't ruin everything trying to save me.
Honestly, I could tell you then and now that honestly, if I was not brought into this group, I probably wouldn't have seen as far as I have now. Because who knows that at one point I go out on adventure and I might not have even seen as much as I have been now. But honestly, I have to pretty much thank you and at least everybody here for at least allowing me a little more time, whether if I had any more or not. But even then, it's difficult to really think much about it. Just thinking about the amount of time. I'm just not quite sure anymore.
Matt sort of looks at you, looks at Shadow, everyone here, and he says, I know I've made an impact on you all. And fortune tends to smile on me. That's why I'm telling you, keep going. Keep your nose to the ground, follow the wind of change. Do what you can, and, well, maybe some weirdo out there's got some plans for me to make a reappearance. But as far as I'm aware now, I'm not confident. Can I ask you all a question? What did you see when you saw Fear Incarnate?
Mine was relatively not the greatest.
I saw Sven. I've always seen him. Whatever it is, whether that be the form he takes because he knows he knows I'm ended by him, or something more. I've never seen his illusion.
I did, and it was honestly the worst that I could have possibly seen.
Know one more thing. Unless I end up in the very pits of hell, I'll be keeping an eye on you all. And I'll make some way of getting back here if I can. Stay strong without me if I'm gone. And that's it for today. We've unfortunately reached time, and we're gonna leave this as the cliffhanger going into session on the 16th. So everyone say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.